Welcome to the Sports Angle on PRConnectionsRadio.com, the voice of new media here in the sports entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada, on PRConnectionsRadio.com, the voice of new media. I'm your host, Ian Rakelli, and it is going to be a fantastic night all around the NFL world as it is draft night. And on tonight's episode, we are going to be doing our NFL draft live stream here on PRConnectionsRadio.com. Going to be a fantastic show. You see behind me, I have the great Allegiant Stadium, one of the best stadiums out there. And you got Sports Angle on PR Connections Radio. And the Carolina Panthers, first overall pick. It's going to be great to see what they do. But you know what? We're going to have a bunch of guests, and we're going to have a lot of people on the show today. And my first one, actually, I got to go with this guy here, Dalton D-Man Smith. I know that your New Orleans Saints are going to be later on in the draft, but Carolina is in your division. So while we are doing a half-hour preview before the draft officially starts, Dalton, what do you think about Carolina, first overall pick? There's been a lot of talk about Bryce Young being the number one pick. And for your New Orleans Saints, they're later in the draft. But what kind of scenarios are you looking at with your New Orleans Saints?
Well, for the Panthers, Bryce Young, I know, I figured it'd be a number one pick. And that's but it's surprising that we saw Frank Reich coached the Colts, though. He never coached like a Bryce Young size. He used coach taller quarterbacks. That's really surprising. And also for the Saints, we also need to look at the edge rusher because Karen Jordan's aging. Lost Mark Davenport, Payne Turner, he's a bust. And we need a defense tackle. We lost some key players to the free agent. And need offensive line because Pete his contract's in their final year. So hopefully get defense end or defense tackled.
And, as we're going to get into this here, we got the NFL draft live here on Sports Angle on PR Connections Radio. You have Carolina right here up on the board. And there's been a lot of talk about them getting a quarterback, obviously trading up from 9 to 1. That's a pretty big deal. When it comes to Carolina, when it comes to their organization and what they are doing, I think that Carolina, they had a great offseason this year. I have a lot of positive comments about what Carolina did the past few months. But with New Orleans and Carolina being in the same division, do you see Carolina, if everything goes correctly here tonight, being the NFC South division winner?
I mean, anything's possible. I think NFC South is going to be weak division, in my opinion. I'm a Saints fan. Anything can be a winner, though. I mean, I think Saints or Panthers will go out the edge. The Buccaneers, though, will probably be trash, though. Falcons, I know they want to play around. The free agent goes to the Falcons, though. But NFC South, I think it's going to be a weak division, again, in my opinion.
You know what? I absolutely agree on that. And as we are talking about the NFL draft live here on the Sports Angle on PR Connections Radio. So we have all done NFL mock drafts. I know you've done one. I have definitely done one. We just did our preview show right before this show kicked off. And I will say there's been a lot of movement with that second overall pick. I mean, for the longest time, we assumed that the Houston Texans would draft a quarterback at pick number 2. But now there's talk about Will Anderson, them getting the next great edge rusher since J.J. Watt left and went to Arizona a few years back. Do you think that's an accurate situation? That the Houston Texans are going to skip on a quarterback at 2, maybe trust Davis Mills moving forward and get an edge rusher, a premier guy on the defensive end at number 2?
Well, I think, the Texans, they need a quarterback. They're going to regret passing a quarterback, though. I mean, I know they need an edge rusher, though. I wouldn't draft the edge rusher in the second pick. I would get maybe second round or where they pick is, though. But I think passing the quarterback is a bad idea, in my opinion.
And with this number 2 pick, C.J. Stroud was for the longest time considered number 2, but we're seeing him drop drastically over the past couple of days. So let me ask this in a simple way. Do you think it's because he's an Ohio State quarterback, or is it because of his low test score? What is a reason why C.J. Stroud is all of a sudden 72 hours before the draft falling on a lot of people's draft boards?
Well, I think my honest opinion, I think it's got to be Ohio State quarterbacks because I never seen Ohio State quarterbacks have been successful, all that stuff. So I think it's got to be Ohio State, in my opinion.
Right. And as we're looking at the Houston Texans right here, as you're seeing on the screen, I have a lot of positive to say about Houston. I mean, DeMeco Ryans being their head coach is a fantastic move. I'm a big fan of DeMeco Ryans. I think he has a bright future in the NFL as a head coach. But as we're going down the line doing a half-hour preview here on the Sports Angle on PR Connections Radio, this team right here has been a very interesting one to talk about, and that is the Arizona Cardinals, because there is a lot of rumors and speculation Arizona will trade out of this pick, and they will end up taking the best available offer someplace else. Now, we've heard about Tennessee, we've heard about Las Vegas. Like, there's been a bunch of offers going Arizona's way. So, do you see Arizona trading out of this pick, or do you see him holding on and drafting the best defensive guy available on the board?
I think they're going to trade out, and someone's going to trade up to get a quarterback. That's my take on that.
And then DeAndre Hopkins, him being on Arizona Cardinals, here's a good segue. With the Arizona Cardinals, do you see Arizona trading DeAndre Hopkins on draft day, or do you see it potentially being on day 2 or maybe a few days after the NFL draft concludes?
That's a tough decision, but I'm pretty sure he'll get traded maybe day 2, though. But I heard the rumors that he might get traded to the Titans with the Cardinals trade out, though. So it's got to be either tonight or tomorrow, in my opinion.
And continuing our NFL draft talk here, the Indianapolis Colts, 4th overall pick. And with Indianapolis, it's pretty set on the quarterback position, but which quarterback is going to be the question? Because C.J. Stroud is obviously the best option available. Will Levis has been bumping up draft boards. And then you have AR-15, Anthony Richardson from Florida. So what do you possibly see happening here?
Well, I think the Colts will get C.J. Stroud because I think he fits that new head coach, Shane, so whatever his name was. He came from the Eagles. Like, I think that's a fit. So I think C.J. Stroud goes to the Colts, in my opinion.
And if he does fall past Indianapolis, is that going to be a shock to a lot of people? The fact that this guy was potentially number 1 about a month ago?
Agreed. I mean, I think it's be shocking.
Seattle Seahawks, that will round out the rest of the top 5 here in the 2023 NFL Draft, the order heading into today. And the Seattle Seahawks is a fascinating situation, not only because I'm a huge Seattle Seahawks fan, I support Seattle, but when it comes to Seattle Seahawks, do you see them taking a quarterback tonight? Do you see Seattle potentially drafting a QB, or are they going to focus on a receiver? Are they going to focus on an offensive lineman? Are they going to focus on a skill position versus a position like the quarterback who's going to have to sit for a while?
I think they're going to focus on defense. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Jay Carter or maybe Tyree Wilson, though. But I think Seahawks will focus on the defense, in my opinion.
And on that defense, the Legion of Boom, it feels like over the last 2 seasons, they've been slowly but surely rebuilding the LOD. And if Seattle does indeed build the Legion of Boom once again, making it a 2.0 of sorts, could you see Seattle being legit contenders if that defense does get built correctly?
Well, they could, though, in my opinion. Though the only thing is, like Pete Carroll, he hasn't been the same ever since about this incident in the Super Bowl. They haven't been the same. They never recovered from that. Though anything's possible. Do I think it'll be like a 2013 Seahawks? Probably not, though, in my opinion.
And speaking of 2013, the last time this team was relevant, we had the Detroit Lions at pick number 6. They're going to have a very important draft night as well here in 2023. And when it comes to Detroit Lions, they're coming off a very bright 2022. They had a lot of steady progress last season. There's been talk about them potentially getting a quarterback. We've also seen tight end, potentially receiver, because of all the guys that got suspended due to the gambling situation. But their defense has also been a problem over the last few seasons. So where could you see Detroit going here? And could it possibly be a quarterback that the Detroit Lions take on draft night tonight?
Well, since the Lions at 6th pick, though, I wouldn't be surprised they draft a cornerback because you lost Jeff Okudah to the Falcons, and I know they got from the Steelers. I think it's Cam Sutton or where his name is, though. But I think the Lions need to upgrade their secondary. I mean, they got to fix their defense. Like their defense, they've been a problem for the last few years.
You know what? Detroit, if they don't focus on defense, it will be a very unfortunate situation. Now, we got to go to the greatest city to ever exist and one of the finest stadiums in the NFL, and that is Allegiant Stadium in our backyard, Las Vegas, Nevada. There has been mock drafts about the Raiders trading down. There's been talks about the Raiders moving up. There is a lot of talk about pick number 7 and Las Vegas Raiders on draft night. Could you see Las Vegas being one of those guys who moves up and or moves down tonight on the 2023 NFL draft?
I think the Raiders, they probably can trade down. I don't see them trade up, though. I mean, if they can trade up and get number 3, they have to be a quarterback, though. But I heard the rumors like they like Jimmy G. They want to stick with Jimmy G. They want to get quarterbacks later round. So if they want to trade, I'm pretty sure Raiders will trade down, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the Las Vegas Raiders, I mean, they're in our backyard, obviously. Have to show support for the hometown team, Las Vegas Raiders. After all, the Sports Angle on PR Connections Radio, the voice of new media, is here in Las Vegas, the greatest city to ever exist. But with the Raiders, Josh McDaniels bringing in the Patriots way. They brought in a lot of former Patriots already. There's been talk about the Patriots and the Raiders potentially making one more trade. And I'm just going to put this out here for everyone watching around the world. Is it a possibility that the Raiders and Josh Jacobs, if that doesn't pan out, Josh Jacobs becomes a Patriot?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, though. I mean, Josh Jacobs, he wasn't very happy ever since this Darren Waller trade. He wasn't very happy, though. But I think Josh Jacobs will sit out, though. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised he'll get traded probably in the summertime or training camp, though. Like, he hasn't signed a franchise tender yet.
No, he is not. He is one of the guys who has not signed a franchise tag yet. And unlike Lamar Jackson, which we'll talk about later in the live stream, the Las Vegas Raiders have to make a decision on Josh Jacobs. So as we're talking about the NFL draft, you have the Atlanta Falcons right here, the team that's also in your division. And, you know, Atlanta, they made a lot of solid moves this offseason. I like their offensive moves. Defensive, not so much, but they're at least making moves. And I will say when it comes to the Atlanta Falcons, hey, it's live, folks. You know, this kind of stuff happens. When it comes to the Atlanta Falcons, they have a quarterback with Desmond Ridder, Taylor Heineke. They brought him over. But there's been talk about them getting a running back, them getting a wide receiver, you know, them adding some weapons on the offense. But I look at it and go, if you can get a premier edge rusher, if you can get somebody to come off the side and get to the quarterback, that's what I would focus on. So what do you have Atlanta doing here with the 8th overall pick? Are you going offense or defense?
Oh, definitely defense because they had the baddest sacks, though, like few sack categories. I mean, they got to get an edge rusher. I mean, I know they brought Dino Monte, they brought Calais Campbell aging. You still got Greg Jarrett, though, and you got to get pass rusher.
And as you're watching on the as you're watching all around the world, you have all the NFL prospects wearing the nice fancy suits, walking the red carpet. You know, you're seeing them at the table, you know, being with their family, agents, and stuff like that. So as we're watching the NFL draft here. Now, Atlanta Falcons, I don't see them being division, you know, leaders or division winners, but a team that I could possibly be seeing good in a few years is this team right here, the Chicago Bears. I mean, this is a team that took a number 1 overall pick and essentially traded it away to get 3 first-round picks from Carolina. So I will say with the Chicago Bears, it's going to be a long process. It's going to be a few years away, but I see the solid moves that Ryan Poles is doing. But from an outsider's perspective, what do you see, Dalton, from the Chicago Bears?
I think the Chicago Bears will address the offensive line to protect Justin Fields. I could see Peter Swansky, or how you pronounce his name, from Northwestern. I wouldn't be surprised Paris Johnson, since he did protect your quarterback in Ohio State. So if I'm the Bears, I'll address the offensive line.
Paris Johnson Jr. from Ohio State, the best offensive lineman in this upcoming draft. And I believe the offensive line, receiver, maybe an edge rusher if everything pans out for Chicago Bears. Now, the Philadelphia Eagles, a team that went to the Super Bowl last year, they do have a top 10 pick. I think it was because of your team, if I remember correctly.
They did.
Now, I will say with Philadelphia, there has been so much surrounding this pick. What do you see being the possibility and being the actual reality involving the Philadelphia Eagles and this upcoming pick?
Man, Eagles can go either ways. Probably a pass rusher or cornerback, main offensive line. The only biggest shocker for the Eagles, if they get Bijan Robinson out of running back, the reason I said it because the Eagles, they don't usually draft the running backs in the first round. So that would be a huge surprise if that happens.
And as we're going to be talking about everything on our draft tonight, as we are going to be doing our 2023 NFL live stream here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. Now, we have about 5 minutes left here in the segment before we have to cut to the next break. But, Dalton, when it comes to players in this upcoming draft, I did talk about Bryce Young, as you see him right there, from Alabama, and him being a quarterback at the next level. But people are questioning his size. 5'11", I think barely 180 pounds. There's a lot of concern about him not being able to hold up his weight in the NFL, not being able to have a big enough body to take those hits at the NFL. Do you think it's an accurate situation, or is it just being blown out of proportion?
Well, I think it's for Bryce Young, though. I think it'll be fine. It had something to do with size, though. When you saw like Drew Brees or Russell Wilson, though, my biggest problem is with Bryce Young. He came from Alabama. Like, I don't trust Alabama quarterbacks, though.
I mean, since we're talking about quarterbacks, CJ Stroud is right here. You believe that he's gotten in the same problem? Like, Alabama quarterbacks, you can't trust them. Ohio State quarterbacks, you just can't trust them. Same situation?
I would say that.
But to me, it's kind of a dumb reason. If I have to put my opinion out here, just because you went from a certain university or certain college doesn't mean that you're not talented at the next level. I mean, I always look at it and go, that's just kind of a false red flag. But, hey, what do I know? Now, his receiver, Jackson Smith-Njigba, should be the first receiver taken tonight. Will he go in the top 10? We'll have to wait and see. I think he's a top 10 talent. But when it comes to Jackson Smith-Njigba being the first receiver being taken off the board, where's a team that you could see him be landing on draft night tonight?
Well, I would agree with you. Like, he's the first wide receiver to be off the board. I could see the Eagles, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Lions, since with the wide receivers getting suspended, though. And I would say the Texans, though, but I heard the rumors they are trading out at the number 12 pick, though.
Indeed, there has been a lot of talk about that. And we have 2 minutes left here in the segment. Now, Will Anderson Jr., now there's been talk about him going number 2. I see him falling no later than 5. But is he going to be the first defensive player taken tonight?
Yes, sir, he will.
I mean, he's insanely talented. I give him a lot of props. He's an insane talent at Alabama. And then the last person I got to talk about right here is Anthony Richardson, the biggest wild card of tonight. There are so many teams he could possibly be going to. There's people who put him in Indianapolis uniform, Seattle, Detroit, Las Vegas. Like, there's all these possibilities for AR-15. But where do you see him going tonight?
This is a really tough decision. I got to be either Seahawks or the Raiders. Like, he can't be the Colts. The reason I say it because he needs to learn and stay behind the quarterback, though, because I think Anthony Richardson, he came to the NFL way too early. I think he should stay college another year, in my opinion.
Now, those are always possibilities, and it absolutely will be great to see what happens tonight. And we have about 10 minutes left here until the NFL draft does officially kick off. So, Dalton, unfortunately, I have to let you go. But just let everybody know around the world who your team is, and more importantly, when it comes to the NFL draft, What are you most excited for heading into tonight?
Well, I'm glad to be on though. My team's the Saints, and I also love the Buffalo Bills. And depends on the draft. We'll see. I guess my favorite is like get to whoever it is though. And thank you for having me on this show, Ian.
Absolutely, and we'll definitely talk soon. Hopefully your Saints do well tonight. And yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming on.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Now, when it comes to this NFL draft, I mean, I do have to say, call it what it is. When it comes to the NFL draft tonight, it is going to be fascinating. It is going to be exciting, and I believe it's going to be a lot of fun tonight. The 2023 NFL Draft live stream here on the Sports Angle on PR Connections Radio. And, Carolina Panthers, as you see right there on the clock, this will be the first pick where it's going to be on here for a while. But as the night goes on, this will be rotating team by team, color by color, pick by pick. And it is going to be an exciting night of football for all football fans all around the world. And I mentioned this earlier a while ago that I was going to talk about the Lamar Jackson situation because, wow, the Lamar Jackson getting signed for 5 years, $260 million. What an exciting deal for Lamar Jackson. I mean, Lamar Jackson, one of the most talented quarterbacks in the NFL, a top 5 talent in the NFL. And for him to finally get paid 5 years, $260 million, I give a lot of props to Lamar Jackson for getting the deal done. Now, it will be curious to see what Joe Burrow gets next offseason. It will be great to see what Justin Herbert gets next offseason because there are certain quarterbacks that are going to get paid thanks to Lamar Jackson. So, yeah, props to Lamar Jackson on getting that deal. I think it's fantastic for him. And as we are going to do our NFL Draft live stream here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionsRadio.com, the voice of new media, I'm your host, Ian Rickelli. And as you see behind me, Allegiant Stadium right behind me. And of course, Allegiant Stadium is the host of the Super Bowl next year. Super Bowl 2024 will be here in the greatest city to ever exist, Las Vegas, Nevada. And I will say that when it comes to this NFL draft, the Raiders are going to be the biggest wild card of tonight. Are they going to trade up and get a quarterback? Are they going to trade down? And are they going to go get a defensive back? Are they going to stay put? Are they going to get an offensive lineman? So many question marks heading in tonight about your Las Vegas Raiders. After all, we are here in Las Vegas, Nevada, the greatest city to ever exist. And I will say here on the show, I'm your host, Ian Rickelli, and this is a Sports Angle on PR Connections Radio. We are around 5 minutes away from the draft kicking off and being underway. So I do want to give props, by the way, to Marcus Betts for the NFL Draft preview show that we did before this show tonight. About 3 o'clock, we did a NFL Draft preview show here on the Sports Angle on PR Connections Radio. I had Marcus Betts, Joshua Bailey, Dennis Holmes, Blaze Gabbert. I had a lot of great people on the show. And I will say that the NFL Draft preview show, it was a fantastic episode. And doing this NFL Draft live stream tonight. And this will be a lot of fun and excitement for everyone watching around the world. So as we are waiting for everything to get underway, let's just bring this back up real quick because we have to have some visuals besides just me. So Anthony Richardson, that was the guy we left off talking about a while ago. Now, this guy, I think, is going to be a big factor tonight. Tyree Wilson, a defensive end from Texas Tech. Tyree Wilson is a guy that is 100% going to be a good edge rusher in the NFL. Now, it's a possibility he goes to Arizona, goes to Seattle, Detroit, maybe goes to Atlanta at 8. But, I look at Tyree Wilson. He is one heck of a talent, and I see him being a good player at the next level. Watch out for Tyree Wilson tonight. Also, Kaiji Kensi from Pittsburgh. I mean, solid defensive tackle, somebody who can fill the middle, stop the gaps and be able to get to the quarterback. I think he'll be somebody you got to watch out for tonight as well. You also have a guy who was touted as a number one prospect a few months ago. Then he had some off the field issues. I'm talking about Jalen Carter from Georgia. Now, there's guys from Philadelphia like Dennis Holmes from Inner Thinkers podcast who wants an all-Georgia defensive line. He wants two big guys up the middle from Georgia. That could be a possibility tonight. Chicago Bears at number 9. Jalen Carter fits the build of a Chicago Bear. Jalen Carter has that certain agility, the certain size, a certain build that the Chicago Bears are looking for. I mean, after all, this is a Chicago Bears team that's really lacking up the middle. So getting somebody like Jalen Carter would definitely help out Chicago Bears. Also, don't forget the Atlanta Falcons, the hometown feel. Getting a guy from University of Georgia to Atlanta, Georgia would be pretty solid. Don't forget about this guy either. Christian Gonzalez, a defensive back from Oregon. This is a guy that is definitely going to make some headlines tonight. He should be a top 10 pick. I would be shocked if he goes past the top 10. And as we see everybody going on tonight, I will look at it and say when it comes to Christian Gonzalez, he is definitely going to be, a guy you're going to have to watch out for tonight. So as we kind of breaking down the top 10 teams, top 10 players, I want to open up to everyone watching around the world. What do you see on your team tonight? What do you see the possibility for your organization on draft night tonight? You know what, Blaze? I see you down there. Blaze Thunder Gabbert. Let's go. Absolutely, Blaze. Absolutely. It's going to be a great night tonight. And then we got Lorene Raquelli, $52 million per year, too much. Unfortunately, that's becoming the standard now in the NFL. Every single year, the price keeps going up and up and up. So it's definitely going to be a fascinating night here for the 2023 NFL Draft live here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionsRadio.com, the voice of new media. I'm your host, Ian Raquelli. And I'll be bringing on guests. I'll be bringing on very knowledgeable people throughout the entire show tonight. But I will say for Allegiant Stadium, for the Las Vegas Raiders, when it comes to this organization, I am really fascinated to see what they take because you have about 5 options you could take with your Las Vegas Raiders. They could go safe and take a quarterback, take somebody that will grow behind Jimmy Garoppolo. You also could see a running back situation, Josh Jacobs, him not signing his franchise tag. Offensive line's a question mark as well. They really did not make much improvements this past offseason at offensive line. So your Las Vegas Raiders could be doing that. I also will say getting an edge rusher alongside Max Crosby would help ease a little bit of carrying the team on his back mentality that Max Crosby's had the last while. And then lastly, you have secondary. You got defensive back. Because defensive back could be a very good situation for your Las Vegas Raiders. Because you have some very talented wide receivers in the AFC West, and you got to go up against them twice a year. You might as well go out and get one. So as we are breaking down everything, I will be going on social media, giving you any updates or anything that's going on right now in the NFL world. But as we are talking about the world of sports here on the Sports Angle on PR Connections Radio, I will say with the NFL draft starting now, and it is live here all around the world, I have to give props to the NFL draft, and I will say the NFL honoring I will say the NFL doing that honorary situation, that was very nice. That was a really nice situation they did honoring Chandler, Davis, and Perry. So I will say the NFL definitely doing a classy move there. I also will say with the NFL draft tonight, there's going to be so many updates that are going to be going on. Now, we are going to have a trade tracker, and you're also going to see down here, we're going to be having a rolling text, and it's going to be having every pick that had been taken up to that point. Of course, Carolina has not made a decision yet. So it's going to be fascinating to see what they do tonight here on the NFL draft. So as we are waiting for the Carolina Panthers to make their decision here on the 2023 NFL Draft live stream here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. Of course, you are seeing the crowd. They did a wide shot of the crowd in Kansas City, one of the most passionate fan bases in the NFL. Not only are they known for their baby back ribs, but it's also Kansas City is known for how passionate the fan base is in Kansas City for Kansas City Chiefs. So it's great to see a crowd out here in Kansas City. They did that wide shot a while ago. So with the NFL draft being right now, of course, you're waiting to see who gets selected, who gets taken. And, I look at Carolina and I look at what they're going to do, and I find it really good to see what they're going to do later on tonight. Now, we have a little bit of breaking news here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. The Tennessee Titans and Arizona Cardinals are in discussion right now about the possibility of trading up to get the third overall pick. Now, the report coming from NFL Network is that the Tennessee Titans are moving up in the draft. And if they do get the Arizona Cardinals, they will have to acquire DeAndre Hopkins in the deal. So they would have to give up some really important assets, but in return, they would get the third overall pick and DeAndre Hopkins in return. So that is kind of big news here on Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. So, it's always going to be a great opportunity to watch what happens here tonight on draft night. I will say to everybody welcoming in all around the world, this is definitely going to be our live stream tonight as we're going to be breaking everything down here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. Now, I will say that with the first overall pick, there really isn't that much big a discussion. Majority of us know Bryce Young is going here, but CJ Stroud is potentially going number 2. Maybe Will Anderson going number 2, and it'll be great to see what happens moving forward. And as you see behind me, I have the great Allegiant Stadium, one of the nicest stadiums in the NFL, right behind me. And, the NFL draft is going to be a very fun time to watch tonight. Now, I want to know from everybody watching around the world, who is your NFL team? Who is a team that you support? Who's a team you represent? Everyone around the world, everyone watching right now, put in the chat right now, who is your NFL team? Because as you see right here, Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media, we our, Las Vegas Raiders, Vegas born. So silver and black, obviously, is who we support here on Sports Angle on PR Connection Radio. Technical difficulties, folks. It happens, unfortunately. So as we are doing NFL talk, NFL conversation, as we're waiting for Carolina to pretty much make their move. Now, going on social media, there is a lot of talk right now about certain places. The second overall pick and third overall pick is being discussed right now. And if the Tennessee Titans do indeed move up with Arizona, if Tennessee does acquire third overall pick from Arizona, who do you see Tennessee taking here? Who is Tennessee going to jump from 11 and go 8 picks up to take? Because it's not going to be any other skill position, we don't believe. It's got to be a quarterback. Now, Will Levis should be here. Anthony Richardson should be here. The biggest question is going to be, however, will CJ Stroud be here at pick number 3? If there is a team like Tennessee who does indeed trade up with Arizona, who is going to be a team that is going to go up and make a desperate move to get a quarterback? Because I believe Arizona will be trading out tonight. And as we are back here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media, just had to take a little break here. Just had to, go get a drink, take care of what you got to do. Now, the NFL pick everything that's going on right now in the NFL. I will say that, sources are coming out that the Carolina Panthers are taking Bryce Young. So, as the Carolina Panthers are on the clock right now, it's going to be great to see what they had. Now, what we're going to do right here is I'm going to show you what I had Carolina taking from our draft preview show we did right before we did this show. So, for the Carolina Panthers, here is who I had them selecting tonight. I had going first overall, quarterback from Alabama, Bryce Young. I believe that he will be not only one of the most talented players in this NFL draft, but he is going to be a marquee face of the franchise. In the second round, I had Carolina taking Jack Campbell, a linebacker from Iowa. I believe he's a first-round talent who will go at the beginning of round number 2. And then you have in the third round, Cedric Tillman from Tennessee. So that's what our preview was earlier. So as we are doing our on the clock right here, Carolina Panthers are right here. And as I told you around the world, I will be bringing on guests and people who are very knowledgeable as we're doing our NFL draft live stream tonight here on PRConnectionRadio.com. And of course, I had to bring on the only Packers fan I know who actually was happy to see Aaron Rodgers go, and that was Rashad. It's bro time.
Oh,
Welcome on to the show, my friend.
Man, I'm happy for you to have me, bro. I'm just sitting here tuning in, just like you tuning in right now, watching this draft. I think Bryce Young is going right here. People question his height, but if you can play, you can play. I don't care what the measurables are. And he is bona fide. He won the Heisman for a reason. He's an LA product, so I'm definitely rooting for him. Because I reside in LA, born and raised, even though I'm a Packer fan. But I think the pick is Bryce Young.
Yeah, Bryce Young, quarterback from Alabama. I'm not saying it was the unanimous pick, but really the last 4 or 5 days has kind of sealed the deal on him going to Carolina. And I truly believe that his talent, as long as he can take the hits, he should be a great quarterback at the NFL. I just think a lot of people look at 180, 5'11" as kind of somebody who not be able to take those big hits.
Right. And I understand that. People want to compare to Drew Brees a comparison. And Drew might be the outlier because he is the outlier. I would say Russell Wilson also is an outlier. I think he rebounds from the year he had a year ago. I think he rebounds this year and put the Denver Broncos in a better situation of contending to the playoffs. But man, Bryce Young for me is the best quarterback in this draft. He's been the best quarterback in this draft throughout this process, in my opinion. And I think he is the pick at 1.
He most definitely should be. I'm not going to say that he's going to be. We still have to wait, but he most likely will be. Now, the second overall pick has been a lot of buzz tonight, and that's the Houston Texans. What are they going to do? Now, Will Anderson, the best defensive player available. He could be their next, face of the defense. They haven't had one since really J.J. Watt left. Or you could get a quarterback. Now, C.J. Stroud, I think he should be the number 2 overall pick. In fact, let me bring this up again from our NFL draft preview show we did earlier before the show kicked off. And yes, I had C.J. Stroud from Ohio State. And then I had them taking his receiver, Jackson Smith-Njigba, at a 12th overall pick. Now, obviously, everything isn't going to go according to plan, but could you imagine a quarterback and receiver duo going from college to the NFL?
No, I mean, it makes sense. The only comparison we can compare as of late is Chase and Burrow in Cincinnati. So if we can go off that recent history, that tells you that can be a good tandem if he ends up in Houston with his quarterback from college.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we are talking about the NFL draft, now you see Allegiant Stadium behind me. To me,
Right.
one of the nicest stadiums in the NFL. I mean, they paid what they got for it. I mean, they definitely put the money out. Now, the Las Vegas Raiders, there's been a lot of talk tonight about them going from the 7th overall pick, maybe trading up, maybe trading down. There's a lot of discussion about that with Las Vegas. But as somebody who is an outsider, somebody who's not here in the sports entertainment capital of the world, what do you see for Las Vegas? Because 7th overall pick, you're not too high up that you could go out and, not spend a lot to trade up, but you're not all the way down either. It's kind of a weird parallel.
Vegas can go a few different positions. They can go quarterback, they can go offensive tackle, they can go corner. But I think they want a quarterback, Josh, in Josh McDaniel's system to sit and develop. That'd be a perfect place for one of these developmental quarterbacks who are ultra talented, but need time to develop. That'd be a great place because you already have Jimmy G there for at least 2 to 3 years with that organization. So they can go numerous ways, but I think truthfully, if they can, they're gonna go quarterback. If not, I truthfully think they will go corner.
Quarterback, defensive back, that would be very solid. I say offensive line as well. If Paris Johnson's still available, the best offensive lineman in our upcoming draft.
Right.
Now, since you're wearing the Packers shirt, we got to talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be a two-parter. The first one is, of course, Aaron Rodgers being traded. I think that was one of the best days of your life. You had your NBA team win. You got paid. I gave you gas money.
Right.
I mean, I'll just say this. When it comes to your Green Bay Packers, Aaron Rodgers being traded, how's that feel? Because it felt like it's been a long time coming.
Man, it felt great. Man, I was super excited. The weight was finally off my shoulders in a sense as a fan, because I was just, I've been on this train for the last pretty much the last 2 years, a little bit over 2 years, of wanting to move on from the drama. I want to retire, I don't want to retire, or I want to do this, and the darkness retreats, the calling the organization out but not delivering come playoff time. I could care less, man. I'm a Packer fan. I'm not a Rodgers fan. To me, organization comes first, in my opinion. You have great players, they come and go, but the Green Bay, it always stays the same. You know what I'm saying? So to quote that from the great Leroy Butler, who's also in the Hall of Fame. But yeah, I was ecstatic. I've been wanting to move on. I'm excited for the Love era, and I'm excited to move this franchise forward. And I think we have a lot of talent. We won a lot of games last year, despite Aaron Rodgers playing poorly. He was 26 in QBR last year.
Indeed, he was. Yeah.
It's no excuses for that. So for me, I was over it. But I'm glad to see the picks we got for him. I'm glad we got what we got for him, and I'm just excited for a new era, man. This draft today will be very exciting for people that are Packer fans and people that are in Packerland.
So speaking of that, that's gonna be a good segue heading into this two-parter here. So you have the 13th overall pick. You did go up 2 spots with the Aaron Rodgers trade. What do you see as a Packers fan? What direction are you gonna go forward? Because hey, they're feeling the love now. All right, they are feeling the love now in Green Bay.
Honestly, I think we're gonna trade back. I look at it. We could possibly trade up from 13, but I think we're gonna try to finesse the team out of a first-round pick next year and try to trade back, especially if you see a couple of these quarterbacks slide. Obviously, one is off the board, the one we expected. Bryce Young just got chosen. So, to me, if you see some of these quarterbacks start to slide, I think we could strike a deal and hopefully trade back and gain even more capital either for this year or next year. So.
Yep, so that's definitely going to mean that right now the Texans are on the clock. So Carolina Panthers, congratulations to Bryce Young, quarterback from Alabama. And on the bottom of the screen, obviously, as the show goes on and on, we are going to be having every pick on the bottom of the screen to keep you up to date with what's going on with the NFL draft. But let's just say that Green Bay doesn't trade down. Let's just say they keep the pick. You got, potentially a tight end. Michael Mayer is potentially the best tight end in this draft. Dalton Kincaid for University of Utah, the best passing tight end. But offensive line could also be a concern because your offensive linemen are getting up in age now.
Right.
So I think helping out Jordan Love is going to be the main focus. But what do you see here?
Well, for one, the oldest offensive lineman we have is Bakhtiari. He's the oldest one. And to me, he's on a 1-year deal. I think this would be his last year in Green Bay. Everybody else we have are 3rd to 4th year players. Some of them are 2nd year players, which is crazy, right? So we got John Runyon at guard. Our right tackle, we got Neisman. He's going into his 5th year, I want to say, 4th or 5th year at right tackle. So he signed his restricted tender a couple weeks ago, which was great. We got Zach Tom, who will compete for the center spot with Mayer. And we also have at the other guard spot, we got one of the perennial All-Pros in Elton Jenkins. So he was also a Pro Bowler this year too. So I mean, we are very young on that side of the ball, thankfully. But the oldest man in that room is David Bakhtiari, who's a perennial All-Pro when healthy. The problem is he hasn't been healthy the last 3 years. So we can definitely go offensive tackle in the first round. I would love that. Paris Johnson is my guy. You know that. Ian, I've been on the Paris Johnson train for quite some time. So hopefully if we do go offensive line, hopefully it is Paris Johnson.
Now, I am going to put this up on the screen because before we did this show tonight, we did around 3 o'clock our NFL draft preview show, and this was what my mock draft was. And yes, so I did have you taking a tight end, Michael Mayer from Notre Dame. I really feel like getting a good tight end for Jordan Love is a good way to kickstart the Jordan Love era. I think getting an extra safety on the defensive end, I think that could definitely help out the Green Bay Packers because I know you do need secondary help. Yeah, the only thing I don't have is offensive line, but once again, I think that's just because you could get a good offensive lineman later in the draft.
Sure, and we could go Mayer. My guy is Kincaid.
All right.
I've been on the Kincaid bandwagon for quite some time. He reminds me of a poor man's Travis Kelce. That's just how I feel when it comes to Kincaid. But if we were hopefully if we were to draft a tight end, I would love for us to get Kincaid. He's the best pass catcher, best route runner in the draft to me at that position. But if we go safety, hopefully we can go safety in the 2nd round. I would love the kid out of Florida State. He's my top safety. I can't think of his name right now, but that's my guy. He's my top safety in this draft. It's a weak safety class.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Unfortunately, it's a weak safety class. The corner class is top heavy, but it's not a lot of depth in the corner class. So it's more depth in the corner class than it is in the safety class this year. So hopefully if we go safety, hopefully it's the kid from Florida State.
You know what? And speaking of the Green Bay Packers, since obviously this is the Sports Angle on PR Connections Radio, and yeah, right. Dalton Kincaid, obviously you know how good he is. You got to see him over back here.
Oh, for sure.
You went to Allegiant Stadium and got to see him in person.
Yes, so. I did. And then he is the real deal. You know I'm a USC fan, and but he is the real deal, man. And he gave us fits all last year when we played him. We met him twice, once in Utah and Salt Lake City, and then in the Pac-12 championship. And I got to see him both times. And he pretty much gave us the business, did his thing. So I would love for him to be in the green and gold in Packerland. So hopefully that is the pick. But yeah, that's my guy.
And speaking of the Green Bay Packers, by the way, I'm going to keep this up because, I'm going to have a 2-for-1 special here because we have from Stay Tuned Live, we have Joshua Bailey. Stay Tuned Live, my good friend. How's it going?
What up, man? What's up with it, man? Baby, on my way home, but I gotta, I gotta represent, baby. You know what I'm saying? I saw my boy on here. Hey, you know how we go. It's family, baby. It's family.
Sir.
Oh, absolutely. It's family, 100%. So it's only about 2 picks. And I have to give a shout out, by the way, to Kansas City. Every time they show a wide shot of the fans of the NFL draft, it feels like there's like thousands and thousands that keep on getting added. That size just keeps getting bigger and bigger each time I go to a wide shot of the NFL draft. So definitely got to give a lot of respect to the fans out there in Kansas City.
So it was Young and Stroud that went?
Yeah.
Now, I know that Bryce Young has definitely gone number 1, and then number 2, Stroud, he went number 2. Congratulations to him, by the way, on that. Now, as we are doing our NFL draft live stream, the 2 quarterbacks going number 1 and number 2. Now, Arizona going 3rd overall. There's been talk about Tennessee trading up. Over the last couple of minutes, there's been talk about it.
Because who they got? You think they could build around Malik? What's his name?
Nah.
I personally don't. No.
Yeah, done with him. They don't like him at all.
I heard, because I didn't watch a lot of games, but from what I heard, he just looked lost out there. You know what I mean? It could be because of the system. I don't know, but from what I heard, he didn't look that good out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the thing is, if Tennessee is trading up with Arizona, is that going to be AR-15? Is that going to be Will Levis? I mean, there's got to be somebody they want here.
What, Arizona?
No, Tennessee, because there's a lot of talk about Tennessee moving up.
Moving up, but I don't know. I think it's going to be a lot of trades tonight. You're going to see a lot of trades tonight. I don't know, though. I don't know what Arizona's going to do. Look, if they don't trade the pick, I think they take Will Anderson or Jalen Carter. I think they either take one of those two. If I had to put my money on it, I think they take Will Anderson.
Will Anderson's definitely the best defensive player in this draft. And of course, if nothing happens and they do not trade out, then we could see Will Anderson going. But I also like Tyree Wilson as well. Defensive end coming out of Texas Tech. I like his size, his speed, his swim technique. He's somebody that I think could definitely use a good edge rusher coming off the side.
Who was the first defensive player y'all said, or Shaw was talking about? What position?
Will Anderson from Alabama.
What position he play?
Edge.
Yeah, edge rusher.
Yeah, edge rusher. Yeah. I don't know if I trust anybody from Texas Tech. I'm sorry. I don't know if I trust a defensive player from Texas Tech. I'm glad
you said defense, by the way, because I was going to be like, well, Patrick Mahomes came from Texas Tech.
Yeah, he said defense. So.
Yeah, I don't know if I would trust any defensive prospect from Texas Tech. But, hopefully the kid gets drafted, prove me wrong. He's definitely going to get drafted, but Texas Tech is known for offense, not defense. So we'll see.
And since Josh Bailey brought it up, yes, this is the first time in history that 2 black quarterbacks have gone number 1 and number 2. So that's the first time ever. History.
Sir, I love to hear that. Yes, sir.
There you go.
Oh yeah. I'm so happy for these kids, man. At the end of the day, we dissect these players and do all this, what they're good at, what they're not. But at the end of the day, they're still kids, man. And these are still people.
Yeah, they still gotta.
They're changing their careers, they're changing their lives, they're changing their families' lives. And it's just amazing, man, to see these kids be this happy because they deserve it, man. They work hard. This is what you grind for. And I'm happy for these kids at the end of the day.
And it was no other black quarterback that got picked number 1 at all, quarterback-wise?
Not back-to-back. Not
back-to-back. This is the first time ever it was back-to-back.
Who's the first quarterback picked number 1?
I think Mike Vick. I think it was Michael
was
Vick.
it Vick?
I think Michael Vick was the first black quarterback to be selected number 1 overall.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And
Yeah.
by the way, since you're out there in SoCal, both of those guys did come from Southern California too.
Yes,
which is just
sir.
an incredible
You already know.
coincidence.
Yep. Bryce Young. Bryce Young went to Cathedral High School, not too far from my house. I'm near the downtown area, and that's where Cathedral High School was. He went there and then transferred his junior year to Mater Dei. And and then you got CJ Stroud, who's from Rancho Cucamonga High School, about 45 minutes away from LA as well. So SoCal, man, hey, we breed them especially when it comes to quarterbacks. We breed them. This is a quarterback state. So I'm excited for both of these kids. But I'm not gonna hold you guys. I just want to step in and say what's up, man. And,
oh yeah, of course. Hey, by the way, before you head out though, tell everybody where they can find you. Tell everybody where you at.
Hey, it's Bro Time, man. We on all platforms. Go to It's Bro Time on Instagram, Facebook. We on all platforms. Check us out on iTunes podcasts, and we got a new episode out called Load Management, where we're discussing the load management situation in the NFL. And look, man, in the NBA. And we discussing the NFL, NASCAR, baseball, all sports. So check us out, man. Support us, like us, follow us, and man, I appreciate the time, Ian.
Hey, of course, man. Hey, you're welcome on anytime, man.
All right, appreciate it, man. See y'all.
All right. So as we are doing the NFL Draft 2023 live stream, we are at the top of the hour here on Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. And I will say with the NFL Draft, only a couple picks in, but there was some controversy surrounding the Arizona Cardinals about an hour ago that I found very interesting. So the Philadelphia Eagles are apparently filing an investigation with the NFL saying that the Cardinals tampered with their hiring of head coach Jonathan Gannon.
What?
So that's kind of a big deal, the fact that the Eagles filing that tampering investigation on Jonathan Gannon. So we'll see what happens there. Maybe some draft picks will be swapped, as a consolation. I mean, I think we've had situations.
Oh, my bad. Has it happened before?
It's happened before. I think we had a situation a few years ago with Houston and New England. Like Houston tried to hire a general manager, and New England already had him. So
that's crazy. That's the first time I ever heard about. That's wild. Yeah, you never know what's gonna happen, man. These teams gonna tell on you, man.
Yeah, I don't like when their stuff's being taken. Oh my god!
What happened?
The Texans just traded up.
Didn't they just pick?
The Houston Texans have traded up with the Arizona Cardinals.
Well, Rashad just said he thought it was going to be a lot of trades, but man, no, I didn't know it was going to be this soon. And back to back?
Now, obviously, we have to find out what they moved up and what they traded to get, but that is big news here. The fact that they went up and got
wow, that's crazy.
So now back-to-back picks, the Houston Texans are on the clock. All this tells me is they're trying to get probably an edge rusher. Maybe they'll try to get a top of the line, somebody off the edge. Because I don't think you're trading up to get a receiver. I think you could have gotten him at 12.
Right, so because they got a new coach now, right? DeMarco Murray. What is it?
DeMeco Ryans. Yeah, he was a
Ryans.
Great hire, by the way.
Right,
DeMeco Ryans going to the Houston Texans.
I'm glad they're doing everything for him. You know what I mean? I know he's a Houston guy, so I'm glad they're doing. You know what I'm saying? They behind him 100% and doing everything they can to support him and put some stuff around him. You know what I mean? Because it's been a while since Houston's been on the map like that. They've been like a flash in the pan team for a while. So hopefully this put them back on the map or start to put them back on the map.
And the pick was in, and the Houston Texans have taken defensive end Will Anderson from Alabama. So in one night, the Houston Texans take C.J. Stroud from Ohio State and Will Anderson from Alabama.
Oh, wow. They making moves.
I said this on a show. I forget which one it was. Might have been yours on Stay Tuned Line. I do not know.
Maybe.
But I remember saying that the Houston Texans are making smart moves this offseason. Like, watch out for Houston because they're making some good moves.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. I definitely remember you saying that. I don't know if it was on the show or, you know what I'm saying, on Zoom, but you definitely said Houston. You was one of the few. If only one other person I know that was on Houston was you and Ace. So
Of course, Ace the MVP. Absolutely.
Yeah, so y'all been talking about Houston. I'm not mad at Houston. I actually like Houston. You know what I mean? I always been a JJ Watt fan, so he's the reason why I like Houston. So.
And of course, that means now the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock at pick number 4. So a lot of people are assuming quarterback is going to be the pick here. And let's go back to our NFL draft preview we did before the show tonight. To kind of show you what we had here on the show. I had them taking Anthony Richardson, the quarterback from Florida, 4th overall. Then Kelly Ringo, the defensive back from Georgia, being a solid second-round pick. And then they get an extra receiver in the 3rd round.
Okay. That's true. I'm on my way home. I'm going to get on. I'm going to hop on when I get to the house.
Oh, absolutely, man. Hey, no problem. No problem. No. And, of course, that was Joshua Bailey from Stay Tuned Live, one of the best shows out there every Tuesday night. So, yeah, on the clock right now, the Indianapolis Colts. And, man, what an interesting event that has transpired here tonight. The Houston Texans making the first trade on draft night, going from pick 12 to pick 3 to get the Will Anderson from Alabama. So, a great move for the Houston Texans. I mean, this really tells you that the Houston Texans are serious about winning the AFC South. This really tells me that the Houston Texans are going all in right now to get a good team going forward. I also want to give you some facts here on Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, voice of new media. And this is the first time since the 2000 NFL draft that a team had the 2nd and 3rd overall pick in the same draft. That was the Washington Redskins back in 2000. They took LeVar Arrington and Chris Samuel with those selections. Tonight, the Houston Texans took C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. So this has been an insane night so far. We're 1 hour in to our NFL draft live stream here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. And you know what? Will Anderson being selected, props to him. I'm always happy to see that. And Indianapolis Colts, they're going to be the team on the clock right now. And it will definitely be great to see what Indianapolis does moving forward. I think Anthony Richardson is the best option for Indianapolis, but we'll have to wait and see what happens tonight. And the pick is in, and the Indianapolis Colts have selected quarterback Anthony Richardson from Florida. So I got to give a lot of props to Anthony Richardson, him going 4th overall to the Indianapolis Colts. And, having 3 quarterbacks go in the top 4 is a good situation for them. So I want to know for everyone watching around the world, what do you think about Anthony Richardson going 4th overall to the Indianapolis Colts and 3 quarterbacks going in the top 4 picks? But yeah, this has definitely been a great NFL draft so far. And, I give him a lot of props right now. So we will move on to the 5th overall pick, and that, of course, is the Seattle Seahawks. And, the Seattle Seahawks, they're a team that you definitely have to watch out for here on draft night. But yeah, so Seattle Seahawks, they are 5th right now on the board. The team that made the playoffs last year with Geno Smith, who they extended throughout the night. So here was our preview of the Seattle Seahawks that we did for our preview show earlier today. And here was who we had being selected by the Seattle Seahawks. So Tyree Wilson, defensive end from Texas Tech, is who I have going here. I had Kancey from Pittsburgh going 20th overall to fill out the first round. I also had the Seattle Seahawks picking up a receiver to help with Metcalf and Lockett with Josh Downs, and then getting some extra offensive line help with Cody Mauch from North Dakota State. So this draft so far has been incredible, and for anybody who is paying attention, I have so far gotten 4 for 4 in terms of players. I had Bryce Young going number 1 overall. He went number 1 overall. I had CJ Stroud going number 2 overall, and he has gone 2nd overall. I had Will Anderson going to Arizona with the 3rd overall pick. He went to Houston, 3rd overall. And I had Anthony Richardson going 4th overall to the Colts, and he indeed has gone 4th overall to the Indianapolis Colts. So we'll see if Tyree Wilson does make it 5 for 5 here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. But yeah, it's going to be really fascinating to see what the Seattle Seahawks do. I'm a big supporter of the Seattle Seahawks, by the way. I am a fan of what Pete Carroll and John Snyder have done in Seattle. I'm always going to be a supporter of them. But as you see so far, Seattle on the board, Allegiant Stadium behind me, their pick will be up very soon. And I will say the Indianapolis Colts made a smart move here tonight, getting Anthony Richardson. Now, I want to know from everybody watching around the world, what have you thought about this draft so far? Because this draft has been really intense and really fascinating. And now we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. I'm your host, Ian Rakelli, and we are going to take a quick intermission. We will be right back to announce the Seahawks pick here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. And welcome back to Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. Still waiting on Seattle to make their selection. Let's go to the comments real quick. Who is the Raiders going to take first? Well, instead of just saying it, let's go to our preview show and show you who we had the Las Vegas Raiders selecting tonight. So the Las Vegas Raiders on tonight's show, we did a preview show around 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. And we had Will Levis from Kentucky going 7th overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. In the second round, I have them taking defensive back DJ Turner from Michigan, a really solid defensive back who will go in night 2. I will say then in round 3, they're having double picks. They need to get an offensive lineman, so a guy like Tyler Steen from Alabama, and getting somebody up the middle in Jacqueline Roy from LSU. I almost said Waugh. No, this is not the NHL. It's not Nick Waugh. All right. So as we are doing our NFL draft live here on Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media, I'm your host, Ian Rickelli. And I will say with the Seattle Seahawks, this is a team I have the utmost respect for, and we're still waiting for them to make their decision tonight. And with the 5th overall selection, your Seattle Seahawks are taking defensive back Devon Witherspoon. Man, this is a shock right here. They take a defensive back with the 5th overall pick. So Devon Witherspoon is somebody that I do give a lot of props to, but him being the first defensive back off the board tonight, that is very surprising for your Seattle Seahawks. Oh, yeah, folks. So Devon Witherspoon being taken, going to the Seattle Seahawks, all that really does is strengthen their secondary even more with Tyreek Woolen, Jamal Adams. You have Diggs. I mean, this is a team that's very loaded on the secondary. The Legion of Boom 2.0, as I've been given a lot of credit to over the last while. So I will say is that when it comes to the Seattle Seahawks, congrats to them on making their selection. Now, the next pick with the NFL draft, doing our live stream here on Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. And that is the Detroit Lions. So Detroit Lions, 6th overall. And we're going to go back to our NFL draft preview show and tell you who we had the Detroit Lions taking in the draft tonight. And the Detroit Lions, they have 5 picks in this draft tonight. And I will say is that when it comes to Detroit, Jalen Carter, defensive tackle from Georgia, he is somebody you could put right alongside Aiden Hutchinson and have one of the most deadly defensive fronts in the NFL right now. And then I had in their second pick in the first round, Christian Gonzalez, a defensive back from Oregon. I like his size. I like his potential. He is someone that I thought could be a really good defensive back at the next level. Unfortunately, due to certain situations, I have him dropping to 18th overall. And then in round 2, I have them taking the steal of the draft, getting Darnell Washington, tight end from Georgia, to have Jared Goff, an extra weapon, and to replace TJ Hawkinson, who they traded to Minnesota past trade deadline. And then the third round, they get their backup to Jared Goff and maybe a potential replacement for Jared Goff, and that is Tanner McKee from Stanford. So that's who I had Detroit taking on our preview show we did earlier today. And it's definitely fascinating to talk about Detroit. But yes, I have Jalen Carter from Georgia being taken here with the Detroit Lions. But yeah, so Detroit, 6th overall. Be interesting to see what they do here. And this has definitely been a great NFL draft so far. We are about an hour and a half in, 90 minutes into our NFL draft live stream. But yeah, I mean, how about that? University of Illinois with a top 5 pick. Shout out to Devon Witherspoon, by the way. So you're going to have Woolen and Witherspoon in Seattle for the long-term future. That is a great pick, by the way. I think Seattle has won this draft so far. That and Houston. Houston's done pretty well, too. Yeah, so 6th overall, Detroit, we're going to wait on them. We're going to wait on the Honolulu Blue. We're going to wait on Detroit right there, the team that's going to be getting the draft next year. And by the way, here is what the trade was with the Houston Texans and Arizona Cardinals. So the Houston Texans gave up 12th overall pick this year, 33rd overall pick next year, the first round pick this next year, and a 3rd round pick next year. So they gave up their first and a second in 2023, a first in 2024, and a 3rd in 2024. So it was not a easy bargain to go from 12 to 3, but the Houston Texans did it and got their next J.J. Watt in Will Anderson. So this has definitely been a fascinating draft so far, and I will give a lot of props to Houston and Seattle at this point because they have both made fantastic moves that have been impact players so far in the NFL draft. So as we are going to be waiting on Detroit to take this pick here, and it's definitely going to be a fascinating time to watch Detroit and see what they're doing. And here's an announcement, everybody. We have a trade. The Detroit Lions have officially traded down with the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals have traded up to get the 6th overall pick. So, Arizona, they're trying to get somebody. There is somebody that Arizona wants in this draft. So it'll be great to see what they do with the Arizona Cardinals. So Arizona Cardinals are officially on the clock once again. They were on the clock earlier tonight, traded down with Houston, and now Arizona has traded up with the Detroit Lions. They've got somebody in mind. So right now, the Detroit Lions, they acquired the 12th and 34th pick in the NFL draft. So the Arizona Cardinals, they traded up and gave up only a first and a second to go from 12 to 6 because the Arizona Cardinals got somebody in mind. They just got to be. Now, I want to know from everybody watching around the world, who do you have the Arizona Cardinals taking 6th overall? Who do you have as the Arizona Cardinals making the possibility of selecting 6th overall? So the Arizona Cardinals with the 6th overall pick, as I work on my keyframe here. The 6th overall pick, the Arizona Cardinals have selected offensive tackle Paris Johnson Jr. from Ohio State. So Ohio State University, they have gotten their 2nd pick tonight. So 6th overall, the Arizona Cardinals have taken offensive tackle Paris Johnson Jr. from Ohio State. So I want to know from everybody watching around the world, what do you think about this draft so far, folks? I mean, this has been an exciting draft, and of course, the 7th overall pick, the Las Vegas Raiders are on the draft floor right now. So the Las Vegas Raiders are going to be on the board. Will be interesting to see what the Raiders do. 7th overall. And like I mentioned on our preview show, I have Will Levis from Kentucky going 7th overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. It'll be great to see what the Raiders do here as Allegiant Stadium is right behind us in our backyard. So right now, the Las Vegas Raiders are on the board. your Las Vegas Raiders are on the board? Well, I mean, logically, it makes sense for Arizona. If we go back real quick, it makes a lot of sense for the Arizona Cardinals to take an offensive lineman. You got to protect Kyler Murray, and Kyler Murray needs a big guy in front of him to make sure that he's protected, and that is what Paris Johnson did there. So, yes, everybody, this has been a fun NFL draft so far. And I will say to everyone watching around the world, the Las Vegas Raiders, who do you have being selected in this draft? Who do you have being taken by Las Vegas Raiders 7th overall? So obviously, this takes a little bit of while for the Las Vegas Raiders to make their selection. So 7th overall, the Las Vegas Raiders, your Las Vegas Raiders outside of Allegiant Stadium. And, when it comes to the Las Vegas Raiders, they have a lot of opportunity here. And we are an hour and a half in. We are at the 90-minute mark here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. I'm your host, Ian Rakelli. And you know what? When it comes to the Las Vegas Raiders, quarterback is a need. You let go of Derek Carr, you sign Jimmy Garoppolo, but you don't have a lot of depth at quarterback. Running back situation, Josh Jacobs hadn't signed that franchise tag yet. So it'll be just interesting to see what happens here. Offensive line is a need. You got to protect your quarterback. And having a good defensive line is something that can be vital for the Las Vegas Raiders. Don't forget that defensive back is also a need as well. Am I watching a hockey game right now? No. I'm not watching a hockey game right now. I'm doing an NFL Draft 2023 live stream here on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. I actually am curious. The Devils or the Rangers winning right now? Actually, that's my one question if we're talking about hockey, since you brought it up on Twitter. And by the way, if you want to engage in the show on Twitter, go to @SportsAngle on PR. Once again, that is @SportsAngle on PR. So, Las Vegas Raiders taking their time. They're going to select the pick very soon. But yeah, people in Las Vegas, like your host, Ian Rakelli, is excited to see what the Raiders do. 7th overall pick. So it's definitely going to be a good time for the Las Vegas Raiders. It's definitely going to be a fantastic time to talk about your Las Vegas Raiders. So I will say with that. Now, who are certain people who are available at this point? Now, to me, the best player available still on the board, that would be Tyree Wilson, the defensive end from Texas Tech, would be the best available. Jalen Carter, defensive tackle from Georgia, would be second. Will Levis, the quarterback from Kentucky, would be third. Then I would have Lucas Van Ness from Iowa, defensive end, fourth. And then the fifth would be the ninth overall pick, and that would be, you know what, I would say, you know what? I hope the Raiders go defense. I'll say this. I hope the Raiders go defense. I hope they stay away from offense just because of the fact that when it comes to the Las Vegas Raiders, you desperately need to fix that defense. So we're going to see right now. All right, the Raiders, they're at the podium, and they select the best player available. They take a guy opposite of Max Crosby. They get defensive end Tyree Wilson from Texas Tech. So the Raiders, with the 7th overall pick, they make an excellent situation. They go and get Tyree Wilson from Texas Tech. Now, Atlanta Falcons are next on the board. So the Atlanta Falcons are definitely going to be a team you're going to have to discuss here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. So the Atlanta Falcons are the next team available. And hey, Jalen Carter, defensive tackle from Georgia, the best player available on the board. It would be a hometown homecoming for Jalen Carter if he did get taken by Atlanta with the 8th overall pick. So it would definitely be a fantastic situation if he went there. Will Levis, the quarterback from Kentucky, still on the board. Yeah, Anthony Richardson's gone. CJ Stroud is gone. Bryce Young is gone. Now Will Levis, the only one left on the quarterback scale. So the Las Vegas Raiders, congrats to them, by the way, taking Tyree Wilson, making the smart move and getting somebody opposite of Max Crosby, getting somebody to get to the quarterback at Patrick Mahomes. If I have to give any props to the NFL draft, it is how hyped these fans are. All right, the only thing I got to give props to is all the fans in attendance. They are loud, they are proud, they are alive and kicking at Union Hall in Kansas City. Those waterfalls, by the way, I don't know what it is about waterfalls in Kansas City, but they must have a lot of them. So, Atlanta Falcons, let's go to my preview we did earlier tonight, and let's talk about the Atlanta Falcons. So I had them taking defensive end Lucas Van Ness from Iowa because I truly believe the Atlanta Falcons have to work on that defense. It's their biggest need, according to the Atlanta Falcons. So defensive end would go in round 1. Them getting a number 2 secondary and Julius Brents from Kansas State would go in round 2. And then Carl Brooks, defensive tackle from Bowling Green, would go in round 3. But that's what we had for the Atlanta Falcons. So as we wait on the Atlanta Falcons pick, as they're on the clock right now, 2023 NFL Draft. This is definitely going to be a fascinating time for the NFL. And after the Atlanta Falcons, and in between the Falcons and the Bears, we're going to take our next intermission. We have 5 intermissions we are going to do at the NFL Draft tonight. We did the first one earlier in the show between the preview and the first pick. We had our second intermission once it got to the top 5. Now we're going to get to our next intermission with the Chicago Bears. So when the Chicago Bears come up, we will take our quick 1-minute intermission here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. But yeah, this has definitely been insane. This draft has been outrageous so far. So the Atlanta Falcons are next on here. We're waiting to see what they do. Now, by the way, for all the people out there in Las Vegas, what do you think about Tyree Wilson? Yeah, I think it's a solid move for Las Vegas. They get a depth piece that can help with Max Crosby. I think it's a great move. All right, so somebody on Twitter, by the way, since you brought it up, yeah, New Jersey is shutting out the New York Rangers right now, and Tampa Bay is beating Toronto. So, yeah, Toronto, I don't think they're going to close out the series just yet. And the Battle of the Hudson, the best series so far in the first round, they are definitely having a 3-2 battle. Now, New York, I will say this, though, since we're talking about hockey for a quick minute, your Vegas Golden Knights and Winnipeg Jets are going to be later tonight. And Vegas Hockey Hub, which is another show on PR Connections Radio, it will be doing a half-hour recap of the Game 5 recap for the Vegas Golden Knights and Winnipeg Jets. So watch out for that immediately after the game ends on Vegas Hockey Hub, which is another show on this fantastic network, PR Connection Radio. You are going to have the Vegas Golden Knights and the Winnipeg Jets Game 5 recap here on PR Connection Radio. All right, so the Atlanta Falcons have taken a running back, 8th overall. And on today's episode of I Don't Know Why the Atlanta Falcons Do What They Do, Atlanta Falcons taking Bijan Robinson, 8th overall. I mean, don't you already have a bunch of running backs on your team? I mean, the running back isn't a big need for the Atlanta Falcons. I don't get why they took Bijan Robinson 8th overall for the Atlanta Falcons. To me, that's just a very weird move for the Atlanta Falcons. I don't get that part. But like I said, the Chicago Bears, they are going to be next here on PR Connection Radio, Sports Angle. So the Chicago Bears, they will be next. So as the Chicago Bears will be on the board, we're going to take another intermission here on Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. I'm your host, Ian Kelly, but wow, the Atlanta Falcons have decided to bring back in Bijan Robinson. I mean, all right. I mean, that's fine. That's okay. But anyway, we'll be right back here on Sports Angle on PR Connection Radio. We'll be back in just a second. And we are back here on Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. And a trade is to be announced here on Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. And the Philadelphia Eagles and Chicago Bears have made a trade. So the Philadelphia Eagles have traded up from 10 to 9. And the Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 10th overall pick and a 4th rounder to Chicago Bears to move up one spot. So the Philadelphia Eagles are definitely have something planned in mind. So when it comes to Philadelphia Eagles, I will say that they definitely have somebody that they want to have here. But yes, the Philadelphia Eagles jumping on. And yes, if you're hearing that correctly, my phone is blowing up because everybody knows that, this should be a situation right here with the Philadelphia Eagles, moving up one pick. Now, I will say that when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles, it's definitely going to be a lot of fun to see what they do. So, yeah, 9th overall pick, Philadelphia Eagles. They're going to be, they take Jalen Carter, defensive tackle from Georgia. So, the best player available, Jalen Carter, he is now gone. The Philadelphia Eagles, they have taken Jalen Carter. So congrats to the Philadelphia Eagles on getting Jalen Carter. So I had a guy named Dennis Holmes from the Inner Thinkers podcast. He wanted 2 Georgia guys up the middle. So he ended up getting his wish. So congrats to Jalen Carter on being taken 9th overall by the Philadelphia Eagles. So props to them. Now the Chicago Bears are back on the board. They are 10th overall. And when it comes to the Chicago Bears, it's going to be a lot of fun to see what they can do with this team. So, yeah, for the Chicago Bears, this is definitely going to be fun to see why they traded down. So, Chicago Bears, they went from 9 to 10. Eagles go get Jalen Carter. But it will be fascinating to see what the Chicago Bears do tonight with a 10th overall pick. After all, the Philadelphia Eagles gave up the 10th overall pick and a 4th round selection to go one spot up over Chicago. And my only conclusion as to why Philadelphia did it was because Philadelphia wanted Jalen Carter and they knew that Chicago Bears were going to take Jalen Carter. Or, to put it nicely, they simply knew that the Philadelphia Eagles needed to get Jalen Carter, so they were going to do whatever it takes to get Jalen Carter in Philadelphia. So we are at pick number 10 here on our 2023 NFL Draft live stream here on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. I'm your host, Ian Rickelli. And as you see on the ticker down below, here is a quick recap of the draft so far. Bryce Young, quarterback from Alabama, went number 1 to Carolina. C.J. Stroud from Ohio State went 2nd to Houston. The Texans then moved up with Arizona to get Will Anderson from Alabama. Indianapolis Colts went and got Florida quarterback Anthony Richardson at 4. The Seahawks went and solidified the Legion of Boom, getting Devon Witherspoon from Illinois. Arizona Cardinals then traded back up in the draft to get offensive tackle Paris Johnson from Ohio State. The Raiders picked defense, going Tyree Wilson from Texas Tech. The Atlanta Falcons went with Bijan Robinson, the running back from Texas. And the Philadelphia Eagles traded up with the Bears to get Jalen Carter from Georgia. So the Chicago Bears currently on the board, 10th overall. We'll see what they do here. And you know what? I'm gonna show my draft preview of the Chicago Bears just to give you a taste of what I had them doing. Now, I thought Paris Johnson Jr. would still be here at pick 9. Obviously, it is incorrect. So Paris Johnson Jr., offensive line, is what the Bears got to address first. Then I had them taking BJ Ojulari from LSU, defensive end in round 2. They went and get a big run stopper from Wisconsin and Keanu Benton. And then they get Luke Wepler, a center from Ohio State, to solidify the offensive line. So for the Chicago Bears, that was my NFL draft preview for Chicago. I believe offensive line and defensive line is the two biggest needs for Chicago. And as we are doing our 2023 NFL Draft Live edition here on the Sports Angle on PR Connection Radio, I will be bringing on guests from time to time. You saw earlier in the show, we have had Dalton Smith, we've had Josh Bailey, we've had Rashad Stribling from It's Pro Time, and now we've got Willie's Bar. Jay Will, welcome back on the show. How's it going, my friend?
What's going on, brother? Figured I'd dip in here and say what's up to you. Check in on you, that's all. How you doing?
Hey, nothing else, man. Well, you see Allegiant Stadium behind me. You got the Las Vegas Raiders. Them taking Tyree Wilson tonight, 7th overall. I think that was a good decision on their behalf. But yeah, Seattle Seahawks getting Devon Witherspoon. That was a solid pick from them.
Yeah, I like that pick.
And you know what? The Houston Texans, I've been hyping them up all off season. And I think Nick Cassiero has definitely solidified Houston.
Yeah, they look like they're doing big things over there in Houston. So it's going to be interesting to watch.
Now, what about you? What have you seen so far?
I started watching right from the beginning, man. So I haven't really been too wild or anything, but I do like the Seattle pick. I like what Houston is doing. I can't believe that the Eagles just moved up like that. So it's just. It looks like it's going to be a good first round, though.
Yeah. Now, I will have to announce the pick here. Chicago Bears, 10th overall. Darnell Wright, offensive tackle from Tennessee, going to the Chicago Bears. Now, it might be a little bit of a reach, but I explained when I did my draft preview, the Bears had to get an offensive lineman in round 1. Justin Fields is your most important asset right now. You got to go and protect him.
I agree.
Now,
I'm still mad that we didn't grab Justin Fields a couple of years ago. That's still bugging me.
You know what? You should have. 100%.
Yeah.
Trey Lance should have not been taking over Justin Fields.
Right. Yep, I agree.
And speaking of San Francisco, unfortunately, they have no picks tonight. But San Francisco, they are in the driver's seat right now. With the NFC, the way it is currently, I think I'm very confident in saying the 49ers are the top dog in the NFC.
Yeah, we definitely should run the NFC West again. We'll see. I mean, stranger things have happened. But, yeah, it looks like we're in the driver's seat. But like I said, things can change in a heartbeat. So we'll see. I never like to get too cocky about my team. So I don't want to jinx them.
So you are the opposite of me. Got it. Now, when it comes to your teams, by the way, since you have them behind you, let's talk about the A you have right behind you. Since, after all, I am in Las Vegas, the sports entertainment capital of the world. The Oakland Athletics, obviously, we heard the news about them coming to Las Vegas. Now, as somebody who is an A's fan, tell everyone out here in Las Vegas, what was your reaction to it?
Heartbroken. Upset, sad. I'm hoping that it doesn't happen. I'm hoping if it does happen, it'll be, 10, 12 years from now. I'm hoping that some deals fall through. We just can't lose the Oakland A's. You just can't. And so the way it's looking, they are. But like I said, until they're gone, they're gone. I mean, look how long it took to get the Raiders there. And at one point, it was like, oh, the Raiders are gone. And it was like, oh, they're going to be around for 4 more years. And so I'm hoping that somehow these boneheads get their heads together in Oakland and do something. Somebody's got to do something to keep these guys in Oakland. But if they do make it to Vegas, I mean, like I told you before, I'll just be a Las Vegas A's fan. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, you know
Uh-oh.
what? I will show my support, just like I show support for the Raiders because they are in my backyard now. I'll show support for the A's. You know, I will cover the A's unbiasedly, just like I do for the Golden Knights and for the Raiders and for whenever the NBA team eventually comes here, the expansion NBA team comes to Vegas. Now, since you
guys
are
just made
Golden
a
State
pick.
Warriors,
You guys just made a pick, Ian.
yes, we did. We got Darnell Wright, offensive
Yeah.
tackle from Tennessee.
Yeah. Okay. You like that?
I do. It's a little bit of a reach. You know, I will say I didn't have him go in top 10. But to be fair, Paris Johnson is who I wanted, and he went 6. So you kind of had to go next man up.
Gotcha.
But Golden State
Gotcha.
Warriors, since I have you on here, Sacramento Kings, Golden State Warriors, one heck of a series. I mean, honestly, outside the Knicks and Cavs, I think they've been the most exciting series to watch.
Good series. Huge game last night. Huge game by Draymond Green with 21 points. It's going to be hard to beat the Warriors if that guy is scoring. I mean, I'm used to that guy getting 2 and 4, 6 points. So getting 21 points, I think that was the deciding factor. And I hope we close out tomorrow. We got a big game tomorrow night. So
I believe you will. I'm
I
very
hope so.
confident in what you're going to do tomorrow night.
I hope so. I hope that Memphis, LA, I hope it goes 7. Maybe we can get a little rest and let those guys keep beating each other up.
I mean, I'll say this about LA and Memphis. I'm not counting out Memphis yet because they still show they have that fight in them.
Yeah, pushing to 7. So
Now, I think if I had told somebody about a week ago that Miami and New York would be a second-round matchup,
wow.
you would have called me crazy.
Right.
But here we are. You got Jimmy Butler, playoff
Jimmy
Jimmy,
buckets.
going up against Jalen Brunson, who undoubtedly has become the most improved player since coming to New York.
Right. That's gonna be huge. When does that series start? Saturday, I think.
It's either Saturday or Sunday. It's this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's Saturday. They're gonna probably try to put that in a prime time slot. So, no, Jimmy buckets, man. That guy, what a hell of a playoff series. 52, 42. The guy is just undeniably he's like Mr. Heat. I mean, they're starting to put that guy over, Alonzo and even Dwayne Wade, which I can't agree with, but he is playing some amazing basketball right now. So
Now, I'm going to be biased because he is from Chicago, but no, Dwayne Wade is Mr. Heat. He really is Miami.
Right, I agree.
And props to Tennessee Titans, by the way. The pick is in, and Tennessee took offensive tackle Peter Skronsky from Northwestern. So instead of going for a quarterback, they take an offensive lineman. Maybe they'll take Hendon Hooker in round 2, kind of like what I said they might do, take Hendon Hooker in day 2. But you know what? Maybe they trust Malik Willis, and it was all a smokescreen. We don't know.
How are you getting these picks? And I'm watching the draft live.
Well, see, here's the thing. I'm in my studio right now, and I have a TV right over here. I have to pan the camera over. But, yeah, I got one right here.
Right, but I'm watching it live, and all it just says the pick is in. It doesn't say who they drafted yet. So.
I don't know, man. It was like last year when we did that thing with Dennis. I was announcing the pick almost half a minute before everybody else.
Interesting. Okay.
But,
I'm
it is what
watching
it
real
is. I'm
cable.
also in Las Vegas, the greatest city to ever exist. Now, when it comes to the NBA, I also have to mention one last series, and that would be the 76ers and the Celtics, because I'm not buying into the hype that the Hawks are going to come back and win this series.
It's a good game so far. I mean, it's tight. So we'll see. I mean, if Ice Trae can get it going again, I don't know if he can put those Hawks on his back. It could possibly go to Game 7. So I'm not gonna count these guys Atlanta out until they're out. So.
And since we're going to get back to the NFL, since this is our NFL Draft live stream here on the Sports Angle on prconnectionradio.com, the voice of new media, I'm your host, Ian Rickelli. We're here with Jay Will from Willie's Bar.
It
Detroit
is. Protect
Lions
Willie's
are
Bar.
on the board. Detroit Lions are on the board. And by the way, Dalton Smith, you got to be paying him some protection money because he's protecting the bar. So now, I will say when it comes to Detroit Lions, they traded down with Arizona, and now they have the 12th overall pick. And with Detroit, I see him going and making a solid move here. Now, Will Levis is still on the board. Like, to me, he is the best available. Is Will Levis. Is
Could
it
be
possible that we might get Jared Goff's backup here tonight?
I mean, I would go with him. I mean, why not? Could bring a little pressure to Jared Goff, and Jared Goff's getting older, so I would take this kid in a heartbeat. This might be well, I guess you'll announce it. I'm waiting now.
And the best available that we have on our board, since we did our NFL draft preview at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern today, Will Levis is the best available right now, the quarterback from Kentucky. Second is Lucas Van Ness, the defensive end from Iowa. Third is Jackson Smith-Njigba from Ohio State, the receiver. Fourth is Broderick Jones, the offensive tackle from Georgia. And then the fifth is Quentin Johnston, the receiver from TCU. So those are the five that are currently the best available. And, the pick is in. So they're saying the pick is in right now. And I will say when it comes to Tennessee Titans, it'll be interesting to see what they do now.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah. Oh, not to pivot real quick, but since somebody mentioned this on social media, yes, the Las Vegas Aviators won a game 18-17. Yes, that was an actual professional baseball game. They won 18-17. Yeah, you rarely ever see that, Jay Will. Like a professional baseball game where 35 runs was involved.
You don't see that in the MLB, really.
No, not in MLB, but you see it in the minor league baseball. So.
Oh, wow. Wow. What'd you think about that?
Man, it's crazy. 100%. I mean, I think that is a crazy move.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, I'll say this: Detroit. They're all. I mean, this is a team that does what they do. I mean, 2 running backs going in the top 12. I mean, that's just
Right.
crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right. Are you just doing the first round, Ian, or are you gonna hang around for after the draft?
So unfortunately, because of other obligations, I only can do the first round. So.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right, man. I just wanted to pop in, man. Show some support, brother. Say what's up to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, after all, we're getting to the top of the hour in hour number 2 here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. So very quickly, promote Willie's Bar. Tell everyone around the world, what is Willie's Bar?
I mean, Willie's Bar is kind of it's still in the beginning stages. We're gonna get it up and running though, but it's just a bunch of guys sitting around, just talking a lot of smack and just laughing with each other. That's all. Just talking about current topics and just having good dialogue and sharing some good drinks. So that's what Willie's Bar is all about.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. And once it does get up the ground, you got to bring Sports Angle on PR Connection Radio on the show.
Of course, definitely. Got to have you.
Oh, absolutely. But hey, have a good rest of your night, my friend.
All right, brother. Take care.
All right. So the Green Bay Packers, they are officially on the board. So you're going to have Green Bay make their decision very soon here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. So yeah, Detroit Lions taking a running back, taking Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama. So 2 running backs going in the top 15 is insane. And I find it funny how running backs have started to become hated as of late. And then Detroit takes a running back after signing David Montgomery. I mean, okay. All right. Now, I will say, everybody watching around the world, we will be taking one more break after this pick. So between the Packers and the Patriots, we'll be taking an intermission here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. And I will say that when it comes to Green Bay Packers, this has definitely been a lot of fun to watch. And you know what? Green Bay Packers, obviously... Green Bay Packers, I obviously had Rashad and Josh earlier on the show, 2 Packers fans. But you know what? They're 2 of the most knowledgeable Packers fans I've ever met. So I will give a lot of credit where credit is due. So as we are 13 picks into the 2023 NFL Draft live here on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media, I'm your host, Ian Rakelli. And, we are about halfway in to the Sports Angles 2023 NFL Draft Live edition. And we are always waiting for the Green Bay Packers to make their decision. So let's go to our NFL draft preview real quick, and let's tell you who I had the Green Bay Packers selecting on draft night so far. And when you had the Green Bay Packers, you had Michael Mayer going in the first round from Notre Dame. They had Brian Branch from Alabama go in round 2. Derek Hall, defensive end from Auburn, would go in the second round. And then Rashee Rice from SMU would be a guy Jordan Love could toss the ball to throughout the year. All right, we are back here on the Sports Angle at PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. And maybe, Green Bay will take a receiver for the first time since 2002. Probably not, but I'll be curious to see what Green Bay does here. So on the board right now is the Green Bay Packers. They are on the clock as we speak, waiting for Green Bay to make their decision. And what I think about the Green Bay Packers moving forward, I actually think Green Bay can still win this division. I could see Green Bay with Jordan Love, trust the love, follow the love, feel the love, whatever it is. When it comes to Jordan Love, I like his talent. I like his potential. He's somebody I see as a guy that could elevate Green Bay. So, Jordan Love, I'm very high on the guy. Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon, a solid backfield behind him. And you got Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs as your receivers. So I'm really not concerned about Green Bay as we're still waiting for them to announce their selection. And it'll be great to see what Green Bay does. We have to announce the decision. And with the selection, the Green Bay Packers, they have selected Lucas Van Ness, the defensive end from Iowa. So Green Bay Packers, they get a defensive end. They get somebody that can help the Green Bay Packers. So I will give a lot of props to Lucas Van Ness for being selected by the Green Bay Packers, 13th overall. So Green Bay, they solidify their edge rushing and by getting Lucas Van Ness. And now we are going to take a break as the Patriots are on the clock, and the Patriots do take a while for them to make their decision. So we are going to be taking an intermission here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. I'm your host, Ian Rakelli, and we will be right back here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com. Don't go anywhere. And that was our intermission as we're about the halfway point of the Sports Angle on PR Connection Radio, 2 hours in to our 2023 NFL Draft Live edition here on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. Now, Josh Bailey, welcome back onto the show. Green Bay Packers, them taking Lucas Van Ness, the defensive
You
end
my
from
guy,
Iowa.
so before I panic, so I don't know who this dude is. I never heard of him. I came to my God. You my guy. You got to tell me who this dude is, man.
All right, let me tell you what this guy is. This is a guy who's not only just 6'5", but 240 pounds, but this is also a guy in Lucas Van Ness who is a edge rusher, somebody who can come off the side, get to the quarterback, good swim move, solid technique.
Okay.
This is a guy in Lucas Van Ness that in the Big Ten had to go up against Paris Johnson. He had to go up against Peter Skronsky. All these first-round offensive linemen, he had to go up against them. So he's already used to going up against the best offensive linemen in college football. So now he's going to go up against the best offensive lineman in the NFL.
I mean, because like I said, I never heard of this guy, so I was hearing all, so I just never heard of him, which is not I never heard of Jair Alexander, I never heard of Kenny Clark, so it's not. I never heard of Jordan Love, so it's nothing strange, but I just didn't know who he was, man.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I understand that. Him coming from Iowa, it's not the most flashiest school. I understand that.
Right.
Now, the biggest shocker so far in the draft has to be Jahmyr Gibbs, running back from Alabama, going to Detroit at 12.
Oh, they got a running back?
The Detroit Lions traded down from 6 to 12 and took Alabama running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
Is that a reach?
It is a reach because really most people didn't expect 2 running backs to go in the first round, period, let alone 2 running backs in the top 12.
Okay. Because, that seems like a reach to me, but hey, we'll see, man. Hopefully.
Right.
I mean, because the team he's going to, I don't want him to be good, but I mean, as a human being, you want him to do good. But the fact that he goes to one of our, division rivals, I don't want him to do that good. You know what I mean? Well, Adrian Peterson did good, but they didn't go nowhere, so it could happen.
Yeah, so I hate to do this, but unfortunately, I have to announce a trade to everyone all around the world. The Patriots, in normal fashion, have traded their first-round pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the Pittsburgh Steelers now have the 14th overall pick. Sharon Mullen, I wish you were here because you obviously would give me a reaction on how you feel about the Pittsburgh Steelers. But shout out to Sharon Mullen, by the way, chocolate girl, chocolate writer. She's great at what she does. Now,
yes, sir.
Pittsburgh Steelers, now they're moving up to 14. Now, I can only guess what the Pittsburgh Steelers are trading up for. It's no secret that the Pittsburgh Steelers need a secondary. They need to get somebody as a defensive back.
Right, because all they got is really the safety. What's his name?
Fitzpatrick.
Right.
Right. And to me, the best defensive back still available would be Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State, which, by the way, would be symbolic because his dad played for the Steelers.
Yeah, he was a linebacker, right?
Yeah, he was a linebacker. His son was his son's a defensive back.
That'd be something.
And if it's not him, the following defensive backs are Dante Banks from Maryland and Christian Gonzalez from Oregon.
I've been hearing a lot about Gonzalez, so I know that name.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's a big deal. The Patriots trading down like usual, going with the Steelers, and I really see the Steelers going to get a defensive back here. But in a shocking twist, they haven't. The Pittsburgh Steelers surprisingly take offensive lineman Broderick Jones from Georgia. So the Steelers are adding an offensive line, trying to help Kenny Pickett and Najee Harris.
The real G-Man is Georgia. You know what I mean? I'm a Bulldog fan, so got to shout out the Bulldogs. The real
Broderick Jones, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
And since you're a G-Man, hey, let me ask you this. Jalen Carter going 9. Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Davis, and Jalen Carter now.
I know. I thought y'all was gonna get him. Real talk. I really thought y'all was gonna pick him up, but they swooped in and got him. So they got a good front. So he's gonna be, if he's not a rotational guy, he's gonna be a playmaker, man. So because they got an aging veteran. I keep forgetting, man. I'm drawing a blank with the guy on the Eagles.
Fletcher Cox.
Fletcher Cox, yeah. So.
Yeah, longtime veteran of Philadelphia. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good plug in. And then they got some guys. They had some guys last year that they drafted. That one big guy.
Jordan Davis, man. Jordan Davis is one of the biggest guys in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't know if he made too much of a splash last year, but you never know. You know what I'm saying? From year to year.
Well, I mean, there's injuries. Yeah, I always say that when you get injuries, that's kind of what happens, unfortunately.
Pretty much. Yeah. So, man, but like I said, man, I'm not surprised with the Green Bay pick.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's a few guys that I could think of that I never heard of their names, and they turned out to be cool, like Jair.
Oh, Jair Alexander, one of the best defensive backs in the NFL right now. I mean,
Right.
he's
And I never heard
definitely
of that
top
guy.
3. I mean,
I never heard of that guy. Nobody talked about him because I wasn't a big Hodge fan, but nobody was really talking about Jair Alexander, or the guy Stokes. You know what I mean? So hopefully Stokes could come on and get
is
better.
Douglas still on your team? Rasul Douglas?
Yeah, he's gonna have to start.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Stokes. Yeah, I don't think Stokes gonna be back. So they said he might start at safety, but we'll see. I don't think he's gonna start at safety. I think we need a safety though. I know that. We just got Darnell Savage. And
Yeah, that's why I have you guys taking Brian Branch from Alabama. He's one of the highest rated safeties. I have him going round 2. So
I hope we get him round 2, man.
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if we get a receiver, but we need to stack that defense, man.
Yeah. In fact, I don't know if I showed you this earlier, but when we did our preview show, 3 p.m. today, I did the Green Bay Packers, and I did have you taking a receiver in the 3rd round, Rashee Rice from SMU, and then I had you taking Brian Branch in round 2. So
I'll take it. Because we got 2 second-round picks, right?
You do. Yeah, thanks to Aaron Rodgers. Props to Aaron Rodgers. And speaking of Rodgers, by the way, the next pick is what your pick was originally going to be, and now it's the Jets, the New Jersey Jets, that are on the board, 15th overall.
I can see them going offensive. They need an offensive line. They need some help over there. So, but since he wanted to go all the way, he think he could go all the way with that team, and they shouldn't need much, as far as he's concerned. He said their trophy case look a little lonely or something like that.
I mean, the last time they were relevant, Mark Sanchez was their quarterback.
So. Yeah, and they won Super Bowl 3.
Yeah, one of the greatest upsets of all time. The AFL beating the NFL.
Who they beat?
Indianapolis Colts. Well, Baltimore Colts, but
Baltimore Colts. Yeah, so he's gonna be number 8. Yeah, it's gonna be AFC gonna be crazy this year. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure Aaron Rodgers is gonna have a better season than he did last year. But
see, the worst part about it though is that I have him. How do I put this? I think they'll be around 9-8, 8-9, 9-8. Because the thing about the Jets is that their team isn't bulletproof. It's not like he's going on to a team with an A+.
It's not. I mean, I don't think that. I think they're the max they can win is 10. I don't see them winning more than 10. You know what I mean? So, just stay healthy to me. You know what I'm saying? So we could get that draft pick next year. I just don't see the Jets doing. They gonna make a splash. He gonna make some plays this year. You know what I mean? He do have talent over there. Their defense is nice, so they'll be better. They should be better. I don't know if they will be, but they should be a little better than they was. Because what they was 7, they only won 7 games this year.
I think it was like 7-10, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So they should definitely be at least 3 games better. I give Aaron Rodgers 3 games, at least 2, definitely 2, but 3 games he should be better.
Now I will say this, by the way, because everyone's mentioning it. Actually, there's 2 things everybody's mentioning. So I'm gonna address the first one. The reason why I'm turning my head like this is because that's where my TV monitor is.
Right,
so my laptop's here, my TV monitor's here. So, yeah, if you're wondering why I keep looking over this.
No. You told us before. Yeah, we know.
And then the second thing is Will Levis keeps dropping. We're 15 picks in. He still hasn't been taken yet.
I forgot about him that quick because they've been hyping him up the last couple of days. Oh, he snuck up to. I think they had him 4-1.
They did
yesterday. You know what I'm saying? So that's a big. Like, it seems like everybody's been wrong so far. Like, nobody's been seeing none of this stuff coming. You know what I mean? All these trades.
I mean, I'll say this. If you're counting it just based off a pick, I had the first 4 picks right. I had the first 4 picks correct. But then
just wasn't the teams,
Seattle.
The trades.
Right. Which, by the way, if you want to know what's happened so far, we have our ticker right down here.
Yeah, see, that's what I've been looking because the Falcons draft the running back. I know Ron.
Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, we're gonna see what Ron has to say about that. And
I sent him an invite, by the way, but I think he's just doesn't want to get out of his chair. So
pretty much. And Darnell Wright, I didn't hear what you said about him. What you think about him?
I think it's a solid move. Now, I think it's a bit of a reach. I didn't have him going in the top 15, but when Johnson got taken, you had to take the next best offensive lineman, and he's the best. So
but you had him ranked
the
high.
offensive line is what the Bears needed, so I have no problem with it. They had to go. They had to go
If
get
you had
it.
that the Parsons or something like that.
Oh, I had Paris Johnson.
Paris.
I had Paris Johnson, but he went 6. So unfortunately, he was already taken. So the Bears had to take the second best.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't have been mad at a offensive lineman, but I mean, we gonna see Van Ness, man. Let's do it. Because team him up with Smith and when Rashawn Gary come back, so we'll see.
I mean, I've been saying for a while that the Packers have the best defense in that division, and you just got better. So
hopefully, like I said, when Rashawn Gary come back, that's gonna definitely help us because we had the last 4 or 5 games had a nice little defensive run without him. You know what I mean? Like we struggled when he went down, but we picked it up. So,
also, one more note I have to point out: 15 picks in, no receivers have been taken. That's very abnormal to see no receivers taken in the first 15.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, you spoke it up. It might happen. It might give Aaron Rodgers some his first round target that's been drafted while he's on the team.
Yeah, maybe.
Because we never really needed it while he was on the team. We always went
No,
second.
I mean, Packers last time they drafted a first round receiver, Javon Walker, 2002.
Right, yeah, he was good, but we always hit in the second round. Like Rodgers always had, like he made the best of the second round. Cobb, Jordy, Devontae, you know what I mean? Like he's made the best of them. So and Watson. So
wow, that is a reach. Okay. The New York Jets have taken defensive end Will McDonald from Iowa State.
Never heard of him either. Dang.
He was going to be I had him going in the second round.
Dang, it's been a few reaches, huh? That you think picks that's been reached. Dang.
I don't know, man. That's just crazy. So they all right.
So who's next?
So the next team that is up, pick 16, we have the Washington Commanders. Now they might need a quarterback here. And if Will Levis is this is a spot that he might go. So
yeah. Jalen Carter. Well, I mean, I'm getting these updates late, but I'm getting them now. So, dang, man, they went defensive end. Their defense is better than that offense, right? The Jets.
It is actually.
You would think. I mean, but you can never have too many weapons on defense. Like I was telling Rashad earlier, he was thinking we could go edge rusher or Jalen Carter. But I was like, yeah, you can never have too many weapons, especially in the trenches. So you can never, you know what I'm saying, have that rotation. I'd rather have a fresh rotation coming in and out than my guys get tired. So I don't know. Aaron Rodgers, man, to me, it's still Super Bowl or bust with that guy. Commanders, and they said they're not going to exercise the options of the Chase Daniels.
Chase Young. Yeah, that was the breaking news last night. Chase Young, 5th option, was declined.
Dang.
Yep, so we are 15 picks in to our 2023 NFL Draft Live edition here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectedRadio.com, the voice of new media. I'm your host, Ian Rakelli. We're here with Josh Bailey from Stay Tuned Live.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I mean, Washington Commanders, it's going to be fascinating. Now, I keep going back to our draft preview because it's a fantastic reference point. And Joey Porter Jr., the defensive back from Penn State, I had him going here. And then they fix their offensive line in day 2 by getting a center and a tackle.
Dang.
Yeah, because unfortunately for Washington, their offensive line is really mid. Yeah, I just don't see how that offensive line is good. So you gotta go protect it. So,
yeah, like I said, you could never go, but they definitely need a quarterback. I could see him getting that That Will Levis dude.
Yeah.
Would you think it's a reach for them to get him?
I don't think it's necessarily a reach. I just think that there's more positions they gotta go and get.
Because who's starting for him this year? Quarterback?
Sam Howell. They drafted him last year.
Okay.
And the pick is in Washington Commanders. They take defensive back Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State.
Never heard of him. And Joey Porter's still out there? From your reaction, it sounds like it's another reach.
Him over Joey Porter Jr.?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
I don't even know where I had him going. Hold on, let me check.
They said Aaron Rodgers goes.
I had him going Minnesota, so it's not terrible. But
when does Minnesota pick?
23rd.
23rd.
Yeah, not terrible, but we got Joey Porter on the board. Ugh, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a reach. I think we reached for Stokes. You know what I mean? So I think it was another cornerback on the board, couple quarterbacks on the board when we picked Stokes. So I mean, I guess it's just your fit. Like if you more of a zone defense, if you more of a man defense, depending on what kind of defense, they probably thought he fit better. I mean, that combine, man, to me is kind of overrated though, but you never know.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I actually think the pro day is a joke because you're in shorts, no pads on, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you can 40 time, you can do a 4.3. It's like great, but you don't have pads on. You know, you're pretty much running around with nothing.
Right. That's the thing. It's like these guys, we all know they're athletic, so they're gonna be way better without pads on. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying, that should be a surprise. But you should see what these dudes do in pads or just go off game tape. You know what I mean? Like I think that's what me and Rashad was talking about with Jalen Carter. Like you might, like some of these guys might score low in these drills, but look at them with the pads on. You know what I mean? That's what you got to look for.
And like my eye test is like in game. Like I like to look over tape.
You got to look at the tape, man. Like these not shuttle times, but these 40-yard dashes is good. You know what I mean? And throwing without pads on. But man, look at those, like you said, the game tape.
And for the second time tonight, New England's on the board. Now, I don't know if Bill Belichick's going to complete the trifecta and just keep trading down and getting more picks. But, yeah, to be fair, we've seen him do it before. So.
No, I won't be surprised if he trade down again.
Yeah.
But, you doing the whole first round?
So we're going to do the whole first round. Unfortunately, I'm not going to do the rest of the draft, but first round tonight, we're going to do the whole first round. Yes.
All right, man. Let me run it here. So I should be back on in a little bit.
All right, man.
All right.
So, New England back on the board. And once again, we're going to take a quick minute break here on Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. I'm your host, Ian Rakelli. And we'll be right back after this intermission. And welcome back to our NFL Draft live stream here on the Sports Angle, PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. Want to give a shout out, by the way, to your Vegas Golden Knights. Your Vegas Golden Knights currently playing right now over across at T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, sports entertainment capital of the world. And we are currently waiting on the New England Patriots to be selecting their pick. And, we're waiting patiently for New England. So for everybody watching around the world, what do you think about this draft? You know, what do you think so far? We are halfway in to the NFL draft. And this is going to be a lot of fun talking about the NFL draft and everything going on. So I will say is that the Patriots trading down with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh went and got Broderick Jones from Georgia. And now New England on the board. And with this selection, the Patriots select defensive back Christian Gonzalez from Oregon. So once again, Joey Porter Jr. has been sitting around and has not been taken yet. So as of right now, you have Christian Gonzalez going 17th overall, New England Patriots drafting him. Now, next up, 18th overall in this draft, we're going to have on the clock right now. I believe Detroit Lions. So, Detroit Lions gave Jahmyr Gibbs, the running back from Alabama, earlier in the day. Now we'll see what they do with pick number 2. So, yeah, this draft has been very interesting so far. And like I said, we are 18 picks into the NFL draft here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. I also want to point out so far, it has been 18 picks, and we are 2.5 hours in to the NFL draft. So, yeah, we are 2.5 hours into this live stream, and the Patriots just got off. So, 18th overall, Detroit Lions, 17 picks in 2 hours. Wow. So Tampa Bay beating Toronto. That is going to force a Game 6 in Tampa Bay. And Game 6 is going to be at Madison Square Garden. New York Rangers lost 4-0 against New Jersey. And like I mentioned a while ago, the puck drop for your Vegas Golden Knights, Winnipeg Jets just happened a while ago. So you have that situation in the NHL. And for the NBA playoffs, for anybody who's interested in that, right now, the Boston Bruins and Boston Celtics, they are beating the Atlanta Thrashers. So, Boston Bruins beating the Atlanta Thrashers. So, right now, the Boston Celtics, Atlanta Hawks are playing in the NBA playoffs. And they're trying to decide if they're going to force a Game 7 or not. So, for the NFL, 18 picks in, Detroit still on the board. And you know what? I look at it and go, Detroit, you went and got a running back. Let's see what you do with this upcoming pick. So yeah, this NFL draft has been a lot of fun. And has been a great time tonight. I definitely appreciate all the people who've been coming on the show. Dalton Smith, Rashad Stribling, Jay Will. Of course, you had Josh Bailey came on the show. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a lot of fun bringing on a cast of amazing people, well knowledgeable about the world of sports. And with Detroit, we're just going to take our time here, see what they do for the Detroit Lions. That is correct, by the way. Yes, there has been no non-Power 5 school that has been taken so far in the draft. All 17 players have come from the Power 5. They've come from the SEC, Big 10, Big 12. Occasionally you'll get Pac-12 in there. But yes, so far it has been the Power 5 dominating the NFL draft. And like I said, here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media, throughout this NFL Draft Live edition, I was going to be bringing on guests, very knowledgeable people who know the NFL Draft. We are at pick 18 of this live stream. And of course, I have to bring on King Czar onto the show.
What up? What's going on?
Because nothing much, man. I'm doing this live stream right now. We're about 2.5 hours in to round one.
I had to rush in, man. I've been hearing all the madness. I've been keeping track of it on the radio. I had to I said, man, I gotta come down. We gotta go through all this madness right now. I don't know what's going on. I don't think I've seen a draft like this in a long time.
It is absolutely insane. And I'm going to have a ticker down here, by the way, for anybody who wants to recap so far. We're going to have a ticker down below where it says on the clock. So, Bryce Young going number 1, that was kind of expected. CJ Stroud going number 2, the first time in NFL history that 2 black quarterbacks have gone number 1, number 2. The Texans trading up with the Cardinals to get Will Anderson from Alabama. I mean, the Texans really making an impact in this draft.
Hey, that was bold, moving from 12 to 3. You're talking jumping up 9 spots. So I'm like, they traded the house, the dog, and the sheep in the back. But when I saw the compensation they gave up, that's pretty standard when you move up about 5 spots. So for them to give up, of course, the first rounder next year, we knew that. We knew a second rounder. For some reason, I thought it was going to be an additional first rounder or at least a player that was, a player that was ready to go. So I love what the Texans are doing. Dude, what's going on with these cornerbacks and receivers? Why are the cornerbacks going in opposite order? There is no receivers going. Like, what's going? No tight end.
Man, it is insane. It's absolutely crazy. By the way, the pick is in. Detroit Lions, they took linebacker Jack Campbell from Iowa. So linebacker Jack Campbell.
On. I got to cut you off. Detroit, what the heck are you doing? You just signed Montgomery. You still have Swift. Why are you drafting Gibbs? Are we going to be this? Is this going to be the first? We always got 2-headed monsters. You know that.
Oh, 100%.
It's a 3-headed monster. We making something new.
I mean, Detroit Lions. They're trying to make a bold statement. That's the nicest way I could put it. They're trying to be bold.
Dude, this team. I'm telling y'all now. It's early. Everyone's got Detroit winning division.
Except for me.
Me and you are the only ones that have picked the Green Bay Packers.
That is correct. Yeah, that's correct.
And I'm telling everybody, when you jump on a team ship and the pressure is there, Detroit will not win this division and by not addressing defense. And I'm talking about impactful defense. Mm-hmm. Drafting a third running back when you just paid to get a premier running back makes absolutely no sense. Jahmyr Gibbs is supposed to be a second-round pick also.
He was supposed to be a second-round pick, 100%.
I don't get
And
it, bro.
speaking of running backs, I hate to cut you off, but speaking
No,
of
go ahead.
running backs, 8th overall, the Falcons taking Bijan Robinson.
Now, I was warming up to that. I thought, of course, I wanted him as Dallas, but that's a pipe dream at 27. So most people had him going 10 to Philly. Some had him going to you guys at 9.
Mhm.
Atlanta 8 was the hot thing that, leading up to this week. So I kind of figured that's where he would have went. They want to give Ritter all the help he can get, less pressure. They're going to be a run-heavy team this year. He's going to use Pitts as a blanket. It'll be a lot of dinking and dunking this year for him.
Oh,
And
of course.
I think that's just how they're going to run their offense. So they got the running back from last year. That is going to be a two-headed monster. And I see Cordero Patterson lining up more at H-back, slot, wide receiver, doing more of what he did in the beginning when he first came into the league.
Oh, 100%. It'll be similar to what he did in Chicago, essentially being a jack of all trades. Now, continuing with the draft conversation, 4th overall, the Colts taking AR-15. By the way, I called that. They're taking
Wow.
Anthony Richardson, 4th overall.
Wow. I'm shocked. I mean, I'm just going to say this. I was born in Indianapolis, so I'm shocked. However, it was the right pick. They hit that right on the nail. I didn't see it coming. Kudos to the Indianapolis Colts.
And a pick, by the way, that most people did not see coming. Seattle Seahawks strengthening their Legion of Boom 2.0 and giving a opposite of Tyreek Woolen and drafting Devon Witherspoon from Illinois, being the first defensive back off the board.
Yeah, I mean, you know me. We talk. I like him. I just had him at number 3. I know our corners, we had a different ranking system.
We did. I'll admit. Yeah. Speaking of which,
Hey.
by the way, your number 1 is still on the board. He's still on the board.
I know, and my number 2 just got taken off the board. Gonzo.
Yeah, we'll talk about him in a sec. But yeah, Seattle, when people said they're rebuilding the Legion of Boom, I think they're being for real. They're really rebuilding that defense in Seattle.
Right. Well, I mean, they know. I mean, that division's okay. You got the Rams, who are now 2 years removed, or going to be 2 years removed from buying the Super Bowl, going all the way backwards. You got Arizona, who's rebuilding. They know it's the 49ers, and they have a mystery at quarterback. Seattle, last year, defense wasn't that good. It was very inconsistent. So to go with Geno, the running back, Walker from Michigan State, I think if they can put together a top 10, top 15 defense, they win the NFC West. I really believe that.
And the pick is officially in with Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So 19th overall, they take defensive tackle Kaija Cansey from University of Pittsburgh.
Let's see how Buck Flair likes that. For those you don't know, the Mr. We're in this chat. We were having some fun over there as well. Like I said, this draft.
100%. We always have fun in that chat.
Let's see. Did he like this guy? How do you feel about this pick that they just took, Cansey?
You know what? I think it's solid. I mean, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they lost some talent up the middle. They had to get somebody to really fill some holes. So I'd say it's pretty solid for Tampa Bay.
Okay, let me see. I'm teasing them now. Sorry, Buck Seller for you guys.
And then now we're going to have the Seahawks next on the board for Seattle Seahawks. And hey, I mentioned Devon Witherspoon earlier in the show. Will Levis is still on the board, which, by the way, is one of the main topics now. Will Levis, 20 picks in, is still on the board.
What the heck? No, but he should be on the board. To be real with you, Ian, Will Levis is a second or third round quarterback, in my opinion. I don't know where all the hype is from. I understand that he's a Penn State alum, so I get the hype because he went to the great Penn State University. However,
UFC says what's up, by the way.
Hi, guys.
Hey, what up, UFC?
Yeah, we got to talk about that too, especially since he's in here. How did you feel, dropping down one and only acquiring a 4th round pick in next year's draft? That was kind of odd.
I mean, it was odd, but I will say for Chicago, you had to get an offensive lineman. Like I had them taking Paris Johnson, but he got
Right.
taken first. I mean, moral of the story, the Bears had to protect Justin Fields. And if
Right.
Philadelphia desperately wanted to get Jalen Carter, hey, a 4th-round pick, that's fine. But we had to go get an offensive
But see,
lineman.
you just said it. They desperately wanted him. You don't think y'all could have negotiated a pick this year or even a third?
And they probably could have, but I'm not going to complain. We got a solid offensive lineman. Darnell Wright is going to be pretty
Right.
good.
Now he went before Skoronski, right?
He took it for Skronsky.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, the Bears rarely ever take Northwestern guys anyway. I mean, they normally don't draft in state, so I get it. UFC, by the way, just pointed out Cardinals took our offensive lineman. Yeah, if Paris Johnson would have been on the board, he most likely would have gone to Chicago. Let's see. Solid player for the Bucks. A-. Shout out to Josh, by the way. Hey, welcome back.
Hey, let me get some Cool Ranch, cuzzo.
With that Cool Ranch, baby.
Mm-hmm. So how you feeling about your pick, man? Y'all, again, I'm getting shocked. This is the first draft. This is the draft so far, and we're only, 19?
We're 19
I've
picks in.
never been surprised in my life.
Right. I was just saying that before I left. I was like, man, almost everybody was wrong about the picks. You know what I mean? Because all the trades and stuff like that, nobody saw none of that coming.
So how do you feel about your pick?
And as soon as it happened, I got on here and asked Ian because I didn't know who he was. So I didn't know he was an edge rusher. I didn't know who he was.
Right.
I mean, I'm not surprised that we picked somebody that I don't know or didn't hear about because, like I said, it was Jair Alexander, Jordan Love, Kenny Clark. So I just got to wait and see. You know what I mean? So I've seen a lot of Green Bay Packer fans. They not happy with it. You know what I mean?
So now my problem is, while I think the kid is a solid pick at that number, my thing is Jordan Love. You guys lost Tanyan. I'm thinking Kincaid was the right pick there, in my opinion. You get
Right.
him.
That's all I was hearing was either
Kincaid or Mayer.
Kincaid was the tight end.
Or worst case scenario, Njigba or Johnston to go on the other side.
Well, the crazy thing is, no tight end has gone yet.
No.
So we don't know how far.
And you know, we need one. We lost our tight end.
I
Has
had
the
you
receiver
take.
went
Wait,
yet?
hold on. Since you're here, we did a preview show before we did this show live, and this is what I had the Cowboys doing. I had you taking Musgrave from Oregon State because I thought you in the second round would get Oregon State.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And third, okay. Yeah.
And then Washington State, Henley, linebacker. Yeah.
Hey, that'd be John Robinson. Hey, what I say in the chat, I said again, I guess running backs aren't the dime a dozen because we had 2 go in the first 12 picks. That is crazy. That's Adrian Peterson, Marshawn Lynch all over it. It's the last time that's happened.
Where did a receiver go yet? Because I haven't.
No receivers gone yet.
Yeah, no receivers are tight ends.
No receiver. We're gonna have a pick. We're gonna have a pick of the litter at receiver if we want to go there and just double up and just act the fool. Tight end. And like I said, Porter's still there. We brought in Gilmore. You let us get Joey Porter? I mean, we still got 7 picks. So some of these players I'm feeling are going to start coming off the board. But we get Joey Porter, Gilmore, and Trayvon Diggs. You know what I'm naming that, right?
What's that?
No-fly zone sequel.
I can see it, though. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I can see it. I'll give you props. Now, back to kind of recapping the draft because we're about 20 picks in. Now, the Arizona Cardinals, 25 years ago, they drafted Paris Johnson Sr. 25 years later, they draft Paris Johnson Jr. So the Arizona Cardinals, once again, taking Paris Johnson.
They did. That's right. I forgot about that. He was solid.
Right, he was solid. And number 7, since Allegiant Stadium's right behind me, and we are in Las Vegas, the greatest city to ever exist. The Las Vegas Raiders, they took Tyree Wilson, defensive end from Texas Tech, to go across Max Crosby. It made a lot of sense. The Raiders have to upgrade that defense, so I'm happy they didn't take.
Now, is Chandler still on the team? Because they paid him last year. Is he coming back?
But he is, but he's more of an outside linebacker.
He's disappointed. He did not have a good season.
Yeah,
and that was a big reason why their defense fell apart, in my opinion.
Yeah, they really needed to get help from Max Crosby. He was
Crosby played
last year.
very well.
Yeah, I forgot. I forgot Chandler was on the team for the most part of that last year.
Yeah, that was the big acquisition when everybody was saying, "Watch out that division," because it was the guy that went to San Diego, Khalil Mack. So they had him and Bosa.
Right on paper,
Right, and they're like Chandler and Crosby. Now they got two, and then
on paper, everybody over there looked cool on defense.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that didn't work
Chandler
out for Oakland.
disappeared like Crosby always.
Yeah, Crosby did good. Yeah.
And then at number 9, we had the Bears and Eagles trade, and the Eagles, Dennis Holmes, he got his wish.
And he did,
man. He got his wish, man.
Oh, he did, huh?
He got his wish. Yeah.
And he there too. That's crazy that he's there.
Yep, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, man, up the middle.
Thanks to the damn Bears, man, of all teams.
Yeah,
damn Bears.
The Bears supposed to be collective.
Supposed to block that, Ian.
Hey, Czar, I guess we're like Santa Claus. We're just helping people out, man. I guess that's what we're doing.
You gotta block that. That was his wish list. That was the first guy on Dennis's board at number 10 for him. And that rarely happens.
He's gonna drop that far.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Some people had him going to Detroit at 6, and they drafted. I don't know if you heard earlier. They drafted the running back who was a second rounder at 12. They just signed David Montgomery, and they still have DeAndre Swift. I don't know. The Detroit is not winning that division.
I just want to point out to everybody, thanks to all these commercial breaks, the 20th pick has not come out yet because they have all these commercial breaks. Now,
we got to pay the bills. You got to pay the bills.
Yeah. So continuing.
Matter of fact, hold on. We also got to pay the bills. Ian, hold on. My baloney has his first name is Joshua, and then he's wearing. I'm just playing with y'all. I get my acting on occasionally, you know what I mean? But that's what we do.
Of course. Titans did what they were supposed to do. Skronsky, Northwestern. It was kind
of so
question,
pick. Ian. Question. So, seeing how it unfolded and what Tennessee could have done and what some people expected, do you think it was smoke and mirrors and they're all in on Malik Willis, giving them a second chance?
I would not be surprised if it was all smoke and mirrors because they were trying to trade up, but because they had to bring back DeAndre Hopkins, I feel like that's the reason why that trade fell through because they didn't want to have to bring DeAndre Hopkins back in that deal. So I really think Malik Willis, he'll be their quarterback. The pick is officially in, and the Seattle Seahawks, really?
He said, really?
They took Jackson Smith-Njigba, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Hey, Gino, fantasy. Gino just went up the ranks on my fantasy list.
He just got the best receiver in the draft.
Gino I'm number 2, but regardless, it's arguable 1 or 2. But you put him right in the slot. With Lockett and Metcalf on the outside? Ooh.
Said it though, Czar. He was like, when they about to start coming off the board now.
Ooh.
Probably just back to back now. Porter probably.
The Chargers.
Hold on. I said it before the draft. I got the Niners winning. I got Seattle winning that division, baby.
I hope they do. Forget the Niners, man.
I have Seattle. I got Seattle Super Bowl contenders, so.
I do too. I got Seattle, Dallas, NFC Championship game, baby.
Seattle and
Dallas. Hey. That was we did our prediction.
If we ain't in it, I will hope, man, Seattle.
We did our prediction show. Was that with Ace, and I believe that's what I had in the NFC, the Seattle and Dallas.
Okay.
But I did have Green Bay winning the division, and I'm sticking with that. I'm not picking Detroit. I'm not picking Detroit. I'm not buying it. Now this is okay. All right, let's predict here. Let's predict now.
Who's they?
San Diego sorry, y'all. San Diego that's just who they are to me. Dan Fouts. That's where I grew up.
Not a great pick, 100%.
It was. Oh, you got here at the Chargers. I'm gonna take Kincaid.
I'm going to take.
Safeties? Who's they starting corners?
Starting corners. They got
Asante Samuel and J.R. Jackson from New England. They brought last year.
J.C. Jackson.
J.C. Jackson.
Oh, so
really good.
Get that corner.
So I'm gonna give a primary and then a secondary pick. I'm gonna take Kincaid 1. I'm gonna take Quinton Johnston as my backup option here if they don't take Kincaid. What you say?
I can see that.
They're taking
Now-
a pass catcher. Okay, let's
Now-
see. Oh, okay.
Now I'm going to
You
go
gonna
back to
stick with-
my preview, and I
you
had
sticking with
Jordan
it?
Addison first round, Zach Charbonnet in the second round, and then Tucker Kraft in the third round.
You sticking with Addison?
I'm either going to go with him or Johnston. I think you
Okay.
really got to get a receiver here.
Okay. No tight end at all?
The only reason why I don't say tight end is just because Herbert really doesn't pass the tight ends. He's really
Yeah,
not
he's
a
a down
guy
the
who's
field
really
thrower.
shown
You're
that.
right. You're right. All right, I'm gonna go to big target, Quentin Johnson. That's the perfect target for Kellen Moore and Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
They'll use him. There'll be a lot of jump balls that he'll win at 6'3", 240?
Yeah, it's about 235.
Yeah, I like it. Him, Mike Williams, and Keenan Allen. Oh man, and then they still got a tight end. They still got the boy over there. What's his name?
Oh.
He came from New Orleans, right? I forgot his name too, but he was. Oh, okay. I forgot his name though, but I believe he's still there though.
Hey, trust me, it'll come back to me once we get off the air.
I know. I was gonna look it up. I don't feel like it.
Now, doing the recap, like I said, we're about 20 picks in. The Steelers trading up with the Patriots and drafting Broderick Jones. Getting some help for Kenny Pickett.
That shocked me. I thought for sure they were taking Joey Porter Jr.
It would have been perfect. His
I
dad
thought
played
for
there.
sure they were taking him. Yeah, that UFC. If you're still in here, who you got? The Chargers taking.
I think he said Kincaid. Let me just check.
Okay.
Yeah, he said Kincaid.
Okay.
Yeah, they go on receiver or tight end.
They got to.
By the way, I'm going to say this about the Seahawks. If I had to do an early one, I think they probably nailed the first round so far. Witherspoon and JSN.
I like Houston too.
And Houston too. Yeah.
Houston got the best quarterback at number 2. And then number 3 came right back up and got the best defensive player in the draft.
Yeah.
I love
Now, Josh and I have been talking a lot about reaches in this draft, and the Jets taking Will McDonald, a guy who was supposed to be a second-round pick.
it. Yeah. Well, we were just talking about that. I was talking with Lopez. I thought that they might have would have went and got Kincaid, although it's Aaron Rodgers. Chris Herndon is reliable, and I think he can actually get the most out of Chris Herndon. And their coach is a defensive-minded coach. I just think he's gonna, playing Miami, playing Buffalo. Those should have 2 of the top 7 offenses in the league, if healthy. Miami, Buffalo. I just think that defense. He's just going all out on defense.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So.
Weirdly enough, you had the Washington Commanders take Emmanuel Forbes over
like
Joey Porter Jr. and Christian Gonzalez.
I didn't like that at all, and I love it because they're in our division. So I love it. Keep it up, Washington. Keep it up.
Patriots traded down and got the guy they wanted anyway. Christian Gonzalez fell to them at 17.
Good. Yeah, it was a good pick. They need a. I don't know what they're going to do at quarterback. Is it a competition? Is it?
He said it's open competition between Zappy and.
So if it's truly open, I think Zappy's going to win that job.
Oh, I do as well.
So I'm gonna go with that. So let's see. Let's you know what I mean. So
I know how I'm riding with Zappy, baby.
Yeah, I like Zappy. Well, I mean, I like him definitely over. I thought when he played last year, he showed signs, and they were playing pretty good. What the heck?
Yeah, because when we played him,
Dennis is a fool.
We played him. So
what Dennis saying now?
Tough time.
Did you see Dennis's reaction he posted?
I did not, actually. Unfortunately, when I do this show, I put my phone on mute.
Can y'all see? That's Dennis sitting down. It's kind of blurry, but
yeah,
he's watching the TV.
Oh yeah.
Because that's right. He's at the stadium.
He's at Lincoln. Yeah.
Look at he got his hands up. Look at he's happy. Look at him.
And it is official. The Chargers, the pick is in. They have taken receiver Quentin Johnston from TCU.
I told you, baby. Hey, look out for Kellen Moore. And I'm telling you, Herbert throwing for 5,500 this year. I'm going out on the limb, 5,500. I'm going with Herbert this year.
5,500 though?
5,500.
Okay.
Going 5,500. What can I get this? Hold on. Did I get this? I didn't get the link. What? It's on my. That's weird. It's on my my desktop, but not my phone.
What team did Johnson play for?
The Chargers.
TCU. TCU.
Oh, TCU. Yeah.
Oh,
The
okay.
Frogs.
Yeah, the horn. What's it called? The Horn Frogs.
Now this team's gonna be interesting, not just because we know
Hey.
somebody who just got paid very recently, but
Okay, they say Van Ness is rocking number 90. But yeah, we need to see what they're gonna do. They can
So
go
I've
receiver
been
too,
hearing
right?
rumors
Addison?
while I was out. So is there any
Addison?
truth? Is there any truth to this DeAndre Hopkins?
there is some truth to it. There has been talk about the Ravens getting DeAndre Hopkins.
Now, where it
Yeah, I heard
was,
about it too.
there's a certain player that Arizona wanted if he was there when they picked. So obviously their pick is up. So if the trade don't happen, then maybe the player is not there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, most likely. Well,
And I wonder if it was one of those running backs because Arizona needs a running back very bad.
Yeah, James Conner's not going to cut it.
No.
Who y'all think is doing?
James Conner
Addison or Zay Flowers?
Yeah, Zay
for
Flowers,
the Ravens,
Jordan
you think
Addison.
so? Let me think. So they're not taking a tight end. Yeah, this is tough, man.
And
They might
since
go
we are
defense.
here in Las Vegas, we're in the sports entertainment capital of the world, and T-Mobile Arena is right over here, I do have to give an update. Your Vegas Golden Knights scored, so they are up 1-0 over the Winnipeg Jets.
Go!
Yeah, Game 5
hey,
going on right now.
Man,
Yeah,
that's
Game
why I'm
5.
a big fan of badminton. That's why I follow it.
But yeah, so Game 5, T-Mobile Arena, NHL playoffs happening right over there, so I'm giving a few updates throughout the show.
Right, and I'm phone with T-Mobile. See the connection?
Yeah, T-Mobile. Yeah, I got T-Mobile Park, T-Mobile Arena. Yeah.
What was I gonna say? You know what? I'm gonna flip the script. They got him under contract. They're not tripping. They went and got Odell. I'm going Joey Porter Jr. Baltimore never misses on their draft picks usually, and they love going defense.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I definitely won't be surprised with a defensive pick.
And the fact that Pittsburgh didn't take him.
Porter might be there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
Porter.
I got. That's what I'm going with.
Now, I went with Zay Flowers originally, but I thought all his receivers would be gone before him. So
Right. So you like Addison here?
it could be Jordan Addison. He might.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Porter. Man, that Chargers, man.
Yeah, UFC agrees with you on the defense part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I like this. Well, let's see, but that's what I'm going with. I can't believe wow, they took Emmanuel Forbes over Gonzalez and Joey Porter Jr.
To me, I'm just surprised at Detroit. Like literally in one night, they made everyone look like fools.
I told you I was never drinking the Detroit Kool-Aid, bro. I ain't drinking it, man. I'm not going for it. Who the question is, who is going to get Will Levis? That's the question. Look at Quentin, bro. Look at Quentin. Quentin about to get. Hey, Quentin.
Green Bay about to get her.
Hey, I ain't giving y'all my fantasy tips, so I'm just letting y'all know. Get ready. Saying, man, the Chargers is about to be nasty on offense.
Yeah, and by the way, since the Ravens are on the board right now, we might as well talk about it. The $260 million man.
Yes, sir. Top highest paid player in the league.
Until Joe Burrow breaks it next year. But
and Herbert.
I say Burrow.
Well, no, I think they're both going to break it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And if Tua has a monster year this year, him as well.
I will see. We'll see.
I'm just letting you know.
I think Burrow will be like 290, if all my opinion. I think
Burrow and Herbert are going to be close, bro. I mean, well, this season going to play, it's going to play its part. But if Herbert is primed for a statistical, now wins, losses, we don't know. But what he's got, who he's got now running his offense, who they just drafted, he's primed, dude, for big numbers this year. And that equates to big money, bro. I mean, wins do too, but
I guess really my big question with Justin Herbert is, all right, you got a receiver. Can Keenan Allen stay healthy? Can Mike Williams stay healthy? That's really always been the big major problem.
this dude right here.
Hey, when do Raiders pick? They might try to get that Evans dude.
The Raiders, I think they take 42nd overall, if I remember.
Who does?
The Raiders, because they need a quarterback in round 2.
Right. Bad.
Yeah, Will Levis going in the 2nd round. It's quite possible. Like, legit. It's actually possible.
Right.
Do y'all see any of these teams right now need a quarterback?
Well, let's look. Who's the next few teams drafting? Let's see.
All right, so after Baltimore, you have Jacksonville. No, they got Trevor Lawrence. You have
Minnesota. Minnesota's before Jacksonville, right?
Maybe Minnesota, 24.
Wait, hold on. I'm lost. It has Baltimore, Minnesota in front of Jacksonville. You sure Jacksonville's before them?
No, you're right. You're right.
Okay. So Minnesota, I mean, could they take him? I think Will Levis is a project anyway, in my opinion. I don't think he can start right away. I could see Minnesota doing it and letting them sit behind Cousins for a minute. Of course, Jacksonville won't. I can see the Giants drafting him as well. Other than that, I mean, probably not until New Orleans, which is like
New Orleans, they might be.
Yeah. So there's a potential 2 to 3 teams in the rest of the first round that could take him. But like I said, those teams don't necessarily need a starter. But I actually think that's perfect because I don't think he'll be ready to start at all. Yeah. So the Colts, Ian, I don't know, I remember, or Josh, I forgot. So they had Matt Ryan. Is he still on the roster?
No, so they let him go. They replaced him with Gardner Minshew.
Okay. So they took AR-15. I don't think he should start this year because I also think he's a project. I thought it was the right pick, but I think he needs to sit. Do you think Minshew is the answer, or should they go get another veteran?
Well, considering how the Colts are, I think they'll have Gardner be for 1 year. The pick is in, by the way. The pick is in, and they take Zay Flowers, receiver, Boston College.
Oh, wow. So, okay. Hey, they're doing what they can for Lamar.
Yeah.
Porter's still out there, huh?
Yeah.
He still is.
So you got what? Odell, you got Zay Flowers, you got Duvernay, and you got Bateman.
And you got Aguilar too. Don't forget about Aguilar.
Wow. So who's the odd man out over there? Because I still like Bateman's upside. I even like Duvernay. Odell obviously is going to play. And then you got I don't know about Aguilar. I think Aguilar is going to be the odd man out.
Yeah, he most likely. Who's taking Porter? I mean, this team might. Minnesota Vikings, they might take him.
Ooh, that'd be nice. Wait, they still got Pete retired, right?
Yeah, no, he went to Pittsburgh. He signed with the Steelers.
Patrick Peterson went to Pitt?
He went to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, they need a corner then.
Yeah, I definitely could see them taking Porter.
Yeah, they need – because they're going to need – hey, Josh, they're going to need somebody to guard Watson. Yeah, and Jefferson. Well, no, Jefferson's on the team, but –
yeah, they do.
You know what I'm saying?
And shout out to DJ Moore, by the way, since he's now in Chicago.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah, I like that. All right, let's see on my board. Let's see who I still have that ain't went. Still can't believe. So I have Kincaid. I have Nolan Smith. Hey, we can go a number of ways when we pick. If we get Nolan Smith to go with Parsons, that could be nasty.
So social media, I love social media. By the way, if you're on Twitter, at us at Sports Angle on PR. That's Sports Angle on PR. A lot of people are saying watch Nolan Smith go to the Eagles at 31 or 30.
I don't think he'll be there that far.
I get the meme. They're gonna have an all Georgia defensive front line. I get it. But
No, that I didn't even put that together. If they go that route, then that would be the case, though.
Yeah.
Interesting. Let's see here. Trying to see if I got any. Nope. All right. Pick is in. Oh no, not yet. Not yet. Trying to get some side information here if I can. All right, so Zay Flowers. We'll go right to the slot. All right, let's see. Wow, this is crazy. Hey, we gotta. We got. You gonna give hockey report, man? So I gotta update my people.
Oh, of course.
It looks like, man, we struggling. Pitching has been terrible for us. Verlander and Scherzer not around. Carrasco is trash. David Peterson is trash. McGill is trash. And we got to win these games like 7-6. So we were down. What was it? We were down 8-7. And, we had to come in. This is going into the bottom of the eighth. And we had to come in and Jeff McNeil, the batting champion, had to come in and hit a 2-run triple so we can win that game today. Over the Washington. I want to call them the Wizards, but it is the Nationals. So we grind that one out. I just don't like our pitchers. These pitchers are trash, Ian. Hey, can we get Stroman back?
Nah, man. In Chicago, he's doing great right now.
Damn,
he's
man.
doing pretty well.
Fine, then, bro. Keep him, bro. Fine. Man.
I will say, by the way, since you are bringing up other sports while we're waiting for Minnesota to make their selection, Boston Celtics, they eliminated Atlanta. So good for them. Boston Celtics, Philadelphia 76ers. That's going to be a good series to watch in round 2.
Yes, sir.
The Knicks and the Heat, by the way, that's going to be my favorite series to watch in round 2. It's going to be Miami and New York.
I mean, unpredictably, it ain't set yet, so I guess I shouldn't say. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till all the second round.
Like the beam.
Yeah, nah. Well, I know, but if it's Warrior Lakers, I got interest in that. And this is gonna be a rare at a time, Josh. Well, I'm pulling for the Warriors if that happens.
I still got the
Come
Grizzlies,
on.
though. I think they can make a comeback.
I hope the Grizzlies come back.
I do too. I mean, obviously, okay, well, then go in there, y'all. I hope the Grizzlies and Kings win. But I'm saying it probably ain't going to happen, though.
Oh, yeah.
So we had to get this win to me. We had to get it.
Yeah. If the Warriors and Lakers both lose, come on now. You already know why. Shoot. At this point,
that's not good for the NBA, though.
At this point, if they choke both those teams and lose right now, oh, man, come on, man.
Dude, we have to win this game because I didn't trust us in Game 7, so we had to win.
Now, I'm a realist, bro. Like, I don't know. I think that's Warriors, Lakers, that's this series right now to happen, that's great for the NBA. It ain't great for me, but it's great for the NBA. You get LeBron and the Warriors again with all the storylines since 2015, and now they meet up again, where this is. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say then the KD and the Warriors and KD and LeBron would be a nice one too.
Right, and then whoever wins, if Phoenix beat Denver per se, then KD is in that would be crazy. Either way, even if it's the Warriors in Phoenix or if it's LA in Phoenix. Because you get LeBron KD or you get, Warriors KD. But I picked Denver, so I'm gonna stick with my pick though. I'm sticking with the Nuggets to come out. So we'll see.
Phoenix is beating Denver. I actually agree with that. Phoenix beating Denver.
I mean, I can see it, but I'm just saying I'm gonna stick with what I've had all season. I'm not gonna jump the gun now. But I can see it, absolutely. It's just Denver is like they've paid their dues. They gotta go at some point. I feel it. So let's see what happens. All right, these guys must don't know who they want yet.
Apparently not. They're taking their sweet time.
Come on, Minnesota. Either put someone opposite Justin Jefferson. You let Thielen go, although I like Osborne, or take Porter Jr. or take Will Levis. Who also I got on my board that they could take. I mean, they could go Nolan Smith. They could go Miles Murphy. I like him as well. That's probably about it, though. I don't really like anyone else, as far as picking right now anyway for this, pick.
Hey, you think they'll reach for a running back?
Heck no.
Oh,
No. They don't want a running back. They were trying to trade Dalvin Cook because they want Madison to be the running back.
That's right.
Madison. Every time he got hurt, Madison, they didn't miss a beat. They just no one wanted to take on that contract and that injury history of Dalvin Cook and what they were asking. No. They're very happy with Madison. They definitely not going to reach for a running back. I don't think they would have took one if they were even there. Gibbs or they like that kid. They made that clear that we like they like Madison. That he's been there about what a good 4 years, 5 years.
It's been a while. Yeah,
he's been a steady. They even had Latavius Murray, and he lasted longer than him and beat him out over there at one point.
Yeah, I think he went to Denver at one point.
And Latavius wasn't a bad running back. So, matter of fact, I think he's still in Baltimore, right? Latavius?
I believe so. Yeah.
Although I'm finally going to expect the big. See, I'm going to give y'all all my fantasy advice. Man, I'm finally expecting a big year from J.K. Dobbins. So I'm going to give y'all a little bit of game. Because it's early right now. By the time fantasy gets here, y'all going to forget everything I said. So it's cool. I'll let it slide.
Yep. We're waiting for Minnesota.
This is weird. All right, let's see.
Hey, you feel like they fans? They've been waiting forever too.
Right.
I hope this isn't like 2011 where they literally lost their pick. Baltimore took Jimmy Smith, and they were forced to take I forget who.
What if it says Cowboys trade up with Minnesota? Now playing.
I wouldn't be upset.
Nah. The player, if we would have moved up, it would have been for someone that's gone already. Like I said, I like where we're at. We can pretty much. So I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give you mine since we're close. What are we at? Pick 23. So this is my top 3 that I want for us while they're on the board. Let me look at it. All right, I'm gonna go. Shoot. I'm gonna go either Kincaid or Mayer. We get one of them, or I'm gonna go Joey Porter Jr. That's my top 3 wish list right now for what's left out there.
I can't. Minnesota might go tight end too, right?
The pick is in.
All right, let's see real quick.
Minnesota Vikings select receiver Jordan Addison, USC.
What I just say, either put someone opposite Jefferson, although now him, Osborne, and Jefferson, that's a nice trio.
That's a big trio.
I like it.
Especially with Jefferson, man, that's gonna be nasty.
Yeah, I like it. It's not bad.
All right, so Jaguars now on the board.
All right, let's do our predictions. All right, let me look at.
They're gonna do Hyatt.
You got them taking a receiver?
No, I'm just playing. Tight end. My bad.
No, are you Josh? They just come on, man. Stop playing, bro.
Who's they tight end? I don't know nobody on their team.
Man, Evan Ingram, who just finally broke out.
Oh, yeah. You're right. My bad. I forgot all about Evan.
No, say quit trolling, man.
No, I forgot all about that, dude.
Okay for Jacksonville. I'm gonna go.
Gotta be defense.
That's what I'm leaning. I'm gonna go. See, I keep saying I ain't gonna even say my boy no more. I'm going Nolan Smith here, Ian.
I'm about to say Nolan. I'm going Nolan.
I'm going
I
Nolan
think Nolan
Smith.
Smith's a solid move here.
Hold on. Who's the other end opposite Josh Allen? Who's their other rusher? You remember? Anybody worth naming?
No, I don't remember.
All right, I'm going with Nolan Smith. Or I'm going with Miles Murphy. That's my preliminary, and then my backup pick.
No Porter.
Nah, I'm not going Porter. Porter falling to Dallas. I'm already making a name for it. Porter and Trayvon and Gilmore in the nickel. It's on. Let's get it. Try to throw the ball, baby.
You know, I'm just gonna pick black. You know, let's screw it.
I like that green.
No, because like I was trying to do the Jaguars color. 'Cause I have the OBS.
And with Dallas, man, give us that blue and silver, baby.
Yeah.
Jordan Addison with the shades. I like the shades. Okay.
Yeah, when I did the Jaguars, I think I had him taking defensive back. Yeah, I did. I had him taking defensive back.
Y'all think Hyatt gonna get drafted in the first?
I don't see it.
No.
With all the receivers.
Not right now. No. Heck no. Second round pick, though, for sure.
To me, I think Joey Porter. That's who I got going to the Jaguars. Joey Porter. And we have a trade to announce.
What?
Oh wow!
The Jacksonville
Green Bay
Jaguars have traded the 24th pick to the New York Football Giants.
Wow. Okay, let me change my pick.
Hyatt.
No.
They might get a tight end, right?
Wait, when they lost Evan Ingram, who replaced them at tight end? Do we remember who they got at
Daniel
tight end?
Bellinger.
Exactly, tight end.
I'm taking Kincaid. Well, why would they trade? Where they trade up from? What number?
25.
Where we at
They
now?
traded one pick up.
I don't know.
They're not taking the tight end then, because
Yeah,
there's two great tight ends,
Might
and
be
I'm not even
Nolan.
sure if you can separate those two. So why would you trade up to get one when you can get the other one?
Because one got a injury history. That's about it.
I think you
It might be Nolan.
No, you might have hit it on. It might be Hyatt. I think Hyatt. I'm going Hyatt. Actually, I'm going Hyatt, and I'm going backup pick Downs. What you got, E?
You know what? I got Michael Meyer. I think that's who they're going to take.
Really? They would trade up one spot to take him?
I believe so. I think if they knew the Jaguars were going to
They
take a
got
tight
Evan
end.
Ingram. Why would they do that? They got Kincaid on the board. It ain't gonna be no tight
I'll
end.
be forgetting about Ingram. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah.
Yeah, he's in Jacksonville now. Yeah.
You got Nolan Smith?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you got, Josh? Nolan Smith?
Nolan Smith or the next two is gonna be Nolan Smith or it's gonna be Porter. I think those are the next two defensive guys.
Yeah.
And then Hyatt.
Hey,
Hyatt's
dude.
the next.
They better not take Porter. And I want him in my division.
Because who's they corners? JC, is it the JC dude?
Oh, that corner?
Yeah.
So the pick is in.
Oh shit, let's see.
The New York Football Giants select defensive back Deontay Banks from Maryland.
Yes.
They traded up. I mean, I don't know. I never heard of dude. So why would they?
No,
trade
he's
up
a cornerback out of Maryland. I mean, I had definitely Porter better.
So,
I
okay.
also I had one more. I had what's his name? I had one more corner better. Where am I? Let me pull it. I can tell you right now.
So did Joey Porter do like? Is he hurt, injury prone, or is he?
No.
Did he score any like?
Nah, I think Jerry
bad on the
Jones.
test?
I think Jerry Jones threatened everybody and said, "Hey, y'all, anybody take Porter? It's on."
Dang.
Wow.
Yep. Czar, your defensive
Hey,
back.
I'm with it though. Hey, we can get him.
How many picks y'all got? How many picks to Dallas?
Two more. We got Jacksonville and then Dallas, baby.
Jacksonville might do it, but then you think I could get Nolan Smith?
Oh, him and Parsons together. Ooh, oh man, we got.
Who would you take? Who would you take?
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I gotta be realistic. I want Porter because it's my guy. We at this point, we haven't had a second cornerback forever, and we got Gilmore. I'm happy there. We need a linebacker because Parsons is predominantly. We moved him to end now. He's predominantly our edge rusher. He's supposed to be our middle linebacker, but I think Nolan Smith might be a better pick for us and more of a bigger need than Porter would be. I'd be happy either way, bro. to be honest with you. So it looks like Nolan Smith and Porter and everyone that's dropped. So the drop players is Will Levis on offense. The tight ends, sorta, because some have them in the teens. So Kincaid and Mayer, man of Dallas. And again, it depends on who they take. If they take Nolan Smith, I'm happy. It depends on who they take. Now, and then also Nolan Smith and Porter Jr. are the two that's fallen. So this is what I would be cool with if we took on my board. So either tight end, I'm good. So I'm good with Kincaid, Mayer, Nolan Smith, Joey Porter. If we take anybody else, I'm kind of like, I don't know. Now a wild card, even though I like the position, Brian Branch, safety from Alabama, I'm a fan of him as well. But I don't think we need to go safety. But I like him. So I don't know how you feel about him, but
You good with
Yeah, I
Nolan,
think he's
man.
a second
Don't be
round
greedy,
talent.
man.
You know, I really
be
don't
so
see him as a
greedy,
first
man.
rounder.
You greedy, man. Hell no.
in Dennis's voice, you ain't getting all that nice stuff.
Man,
Well, for
nah,
him, he
keep
got
Brent,
all that nice stuff.
I know.
Because I think other than Hyatt, all the receivers is gone. So,
Downs.
down. So either Downs or Hyatt when we pick, or I'll take that Branch, man. We can go
Yeah.
defense again, almost all defense this year. Our first three.
Right.
Yeah, like my top three that are still left is Will Levis, Michael Mayer, and Joey Porter Jr. It's like my top three still left.
Will Levis, Mayer, and Porter. That's your top three on the board?
Right, that's my top
Man,
three that's still left.
I know people mad that Vegas made made him a possible top pick, Levis. They lost a lot of money if they tried to bank on that.
I mean, that's what they do, though, man.
Yeah, I mean it's a
You
gamble.
know, not to be that
I
guy, but that's what they do.
Right.
I wouldn't have did it. But the way they was talking him up, though, yeah, I can see why people did it, though.
No, I'm happy, bro. Like I told Ian, man, I'm from Indianapolis, and I don't know, it's history, bro. Like they took a black quarterback,
And
Dude,
we had
three-
a trade.
three black quarterbacks win the top 5, dude. That's history, bro.
Yeah, it is history. By the way, we have a trade.
Go ahead.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded with the Buffalo Bills.
Don't let Buffalo jump us and steal our dude.
They need
Buffalo
defense.
jump-
They need defense, baby.
So wait, who would Buffalo jump? It's got to be a tight end, right? Because we both
Nolan.
need a tight end.
Nolan or Porter.
And by the way, this is coincidental. What up, D-Man?
What's up, y'all?
Hey, man. It's got to be Buffalo. Let me see.
They call him Dirty D.
Who would they jump up over?
The Jaguars
they-
received the
Yeah, the Bills
27th and 130th pick.
I think they're going defense.
Dude, it's got to be Nolan Smith or one of the tight ends.
It's got to be
I
Noah
think
Smith or Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer.
That's what I'm thinking.
Or-
Because those are the
I think
same players that we're in line to get.
I mean, I had the
Well, no,
Bills
I think
taking Torrance, the offensive lineman from Florida. That's
I
what I had
did
him
have
taking.
Bills getting Torrance at the.
They wouldn't trade up. They wouldn't trade
Yeah, I
up.
don't think they would trade
No,
up for offensive
I agree
line.
with that. What's up,
But
Josh?
what's up, man? I think they go Porter or Nolan. It's not like I know who they is, but it's defense, so they probably the best defensive players out there. But
Oh,
this-
clearly. And
this-
and,
that-
Branch, and Branch at safety is the best safety remaining.
please don't take no Branch, man.
Well, and the best edge rusher, I like Miles Murphy. I like him too.
Yeah, Miles Murphy's pretty good.
Yeah.
Murphy and Miller might be nice.
Now they could take Miles Murphy because you got to remember, Buffalo ultimately. I mean, I think now with their division being what it is, they got to worry about the division now. But ultimately, as Burrow and Mahomes, and how do you beat them? You gotta pressure them.
Trying to get that boy Aaron Rodgers.
And the pick is in.
They're trying to
Okay.
get Aaron Rodgers up out of there.
The Buffalo Bills have selected University of Utah tight end Dalton Kincaid.
So they jumped us. They must have thought we were going to take him, and that could have been a possibility. I actually like Mayer better personally.
Okay,
Yeah,
just like
I mean, look, bias aside, he's the best passing tight end. You know, he's great with his hands, but he's
Right.
not necessarily a blocking tight end. So I get you.
Right.
and just let you know, I had nothing to do with this. Just let you know.
No, you
I know,
came
I
in.
got
You
you.
know what it was, man. You know what.
No, that's a good pick for Buffalo because I'll be an ace. I've been getting into it. I don't like their tight end. What's his name? I never liked
Dawson
that kid.
Knox.
I
Dawson
never liked
Knox.
him.
Yeah, Knox is trash.
He is
He's not
inconsistent.
another tight end, so it does make sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a good pick. I mean, they
so,
jump.
so now Dallas is on there.
No, yeah.
I mean, is
Yeah,
that blue and
so-
silver? Wait, hold on.
The mother-loving Cowboys.
I think that's blue and
You
silver.
better give us some
Hey,
better
bro.
color. You better give us some better color,
Ah,
homie.
man, keep doing. Yeah, get that little nasty.
And no silver?
What is that? It look like a little lavender.
I give us a blue. You got a bluish, like a little. He said lavender.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't know how StreamYard. It might not be that great on the.
I'm trying to
that
use
was
like
cool.
OBS.
That's cool.
That's
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, whenever I try to use OBS, I'm using it with my left hand. Just trying to.
Chuck, he said Cowboys stuck with Mayer. First of all, if they get Mayer, that's a good pick.
That's not a stuck. Hey.
I like Mayer better than Kincaid. So I'm gonna get my option. I'm gonna go Nolan Smith, Mayer, Porter Jr. That's my order.
Watch y'all get hired.
Now, if they take somebody else, like I said, Miles Murphy is a really good player. I just don't know with DeMarcus Lawrence and Parsons. I don't think we need an edge. It will just be luxury, and then or because we want Parsons to still play some linebacker, or if we take Branch, that's also a good pick at safety. But I like the safeties that we got. So, but I wouldn't be mad at those picks because injuries happen. Stuff happens, and so sometimes it's good to have it. When we took last year, what did we take in the first round? Tyron Smith. People were like, "Did y'all need that pick?" And look what happened. Tyron Smith got hurt, and Tyler Smith came in and was, one of the best rookies.
Oh yeah, of course, one of the best.
Right.
Yeah.
So sometimes you don't know. You may, you got to take what's there or what what I'm saying. So
Yeah, facts.
so. Let's see. Now I ain't gonna even jinx us. Now we do something crazy, I'm gonna be kind of upset. But
Me,
Let's
I'm just
see.
happy that University of Utah's had back-to-back first-round picks.
nice. So who you got us take?
Okay.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah. We're good. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what
Oh.
happened, but
All right. So essentially, to answer your question, I think for the Dallas Cowboys, I got you taking Michael Mayer. Notre Dame. I think you got to go tight end.
yeah. Who you got, Lopez? Who we taking? Let's see. Awesome pick. Stuck with. Let's see.
All right.
Packers. Okay, I was reading all the comments here in the chat. Okay. All right, let's see, man.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, absolutely. Facts.
Definitely interested.
Y'all might get Levis, man.
Nah, here you go. man,
Will Levis. Yeah, no, that'd be.
I'll become an instant Bears fan if that happened. Me and Ian will be trucking along.
Wouldn't do that.
Look at, hey, he's surrounded by some hot ones though. Those are sisters, a girlfriend, sister, mom. Maybe that's girlfriend,
Might
sister,
be.
mom.
Yeah, it might be.
Okay. I see you, Levis, surrounding yourself.
Hey, though, I ain't gonna lie. Seattle did a good job, though. I ain't gonna lie.
They really did. Seattle did. Yeah.
Hey, that's Will Levis, Penn State alum. Will Levis, don't y'all forget.
I mean, that's like saying Joe
Penn
Burrow,
State.
Ohio State.
Right, he went to Penn State before he transferred to Kentucky. He didn't want to back up Clifford. He bounced. He didn't want it. So see what happens. Let's see. Check in. Let's check in. Any updates? Any trade rumors? Yeah, but I like that for Buffalo. Like I said, I like Mayer a little better. Let's see. Oh man. Oh, there we go. On the clock. So it's best. So it says. So on this, I'm looking at this thing here. It says best available, Will Levis, but best fit. It says a Mayer for us. I don't give a damn. I know best available. We taking no damn quarterback.
They say Lamar's 11, the Ravens pick.
So they're saying Mayer should be our pick. Like I said, I'm good with Mayer, Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr., and so I would be okay.
How many tight ends y'all gonna have?
Well, I mean, they're young. We got Ferguson was a rookie last year who I think would be, if we don't take a tight end, he would probably get the opportunity, but he's so young. He's so not, I would say raw. I don't know if we're willing, we're a team with obviously Super Bowl aspirations. Do we want to put it in the hands of a second-year player that we don't know can take that next step? So I think if we were to go that route, that's why we would take a Mayer. But we definitely got some tight ends on the roster. They're just not proven. Come on, man. They're showing Dalton Schultz now.
Yeah, he went to Houston, right?
I think everybody okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did.
On paper, they nice, man.
Yeah, go Utes. Yeah, go Utes. Yeah.
Man, we smashed y'all, Ian. Chill out, bro. Joey Porter.
Hey, go Huskies, too. Go Rebels, go Huskies.
We already smashed Utah last year, man.
Hey,
Rashad already paid me that gas money.
Go Dogs.
Hey, all I'm going to say is this, man. Shout out to my family in Seattle. Go Huskies.
Hey, your quarterback, he's not in the draft from Utah, right? Is he coming back?
Cameron Rising. No, I don't believe so.
Stetson might be up for y'all, too, man.
Nah, trash. He wouldn't even beat out Cooper Rush for backup.
Yeah.
So who they showing right here? Okay. The Running Utes, baby. Greatest player from the Running Utes University. Who is it?
Steve Smith.
Really? He went to Utah?
Yeah, Steve Smith. Yeah.
For Carolina?
Yeah, he
Carolina.
did.
Yeah, him, Eric Weddle. I would.
All right. What about basketball?
Andrew Bogut.
Really? You like him better than Keith Van Horn?
Maybe Kyle Kuzma. Maybe
Keith Van Horn?
I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Keith Van Horn was a baller at Utah. I thought he was going to be a better pro. He was all right.
Yeah.
Keith Van Horn had a game.
Did he go to the Nets?
He went to where did Keith Van Horn? He went
like
to
the Nets, the Bucks.
Yeah, he went to a few teams.
Timberwolves.
He was like a lightweight, not quite, because he wasn't 7 feet, but Keith Van Horn was like 6'9", 6'10". He could shoot, he could handle the ball. Like he was like a real like KD-ish, but it just didn't work out. That dude could do it all though. College, he was a problem. He played with what's his name? Andre Miller, right?
Yeah, Andre Miller.
Yeah. That was they made a run one of the years in March Madness. They didn't go all the way, but
yeah, they did.
Yeah, they were solid. I thought Andre Miller was going to be crap in the pros. He looked too slow, but
funny enough, he's now a coach in the G League. So
no, but he had a solid NBA career though. He did better than what I expected.
He did. He played for Portland. I remember that.
And he played with the not just Portland. He played with Andre Miller. Was it Utah? The pros was it Utah?
No, I think it was Denver. I think he played for Denver.
No, he played for the Sixers too. He played for the Sixers for sure.
Yeah, he played for Philadelphia.
Because Derrick Rose crossed him up one time and broke his ankles, and Stacey King had me laughing. One of my favorite sound bites. He was like, "Oh, he broke his ankle." He was like, "Is there a medic in the house?" And remember Dallenberg? Remember the center they had, Dallenberg?
Samuel Dallenberg. Yeah.
So when Rose crossed him up, he fell, and then he did a finger roll. Dallenberg blocked it, but it was goaltending, so he got the bucket too. All right, let's go, Jerry Jones. What y'all? Come on, we in the war room, baby. So it has running back number 1 need, tight end number 2 need, Wide receiver number 3,
So the
linebacker.
pick is in.
Okay.
The Dallas Cowboys have selected Michigan defensive tackle Maisie Smith.
Wow. All right. Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all like this. We need defensive tackle help for long. Me and Dennis, but that's all we talked about is stopping the run. But is that the answer? I don't know. Hey, I'm gonna say this.
By the way, Czar,
Go ahead.
you know I'm messing with you, right?
Oh man, I watch sports for a long time, Ian, and I done seen some weird stuff, bro.
Now to tell you who actually went.
Okay.
The
we can use
26th
the
overall
defensive
pick,
tackle.
they have taken Georgia Bulldog defensive end Nolan Smith.
Okay. Sounds more like it.
Yeah.
That sounds more. Okay. That sounds more like it. Now, Ian, I'm telling you, we do need interior help on the line.
Yeah.
So that's why
Who took Noah Smith?
we did.
Dallas.
So I said it was either him or Mayer. I'm good. I'm happy. Like I said, Porter would have been a good pick, but a favorite pick is my guy. You know, if we didn't have Gilmore, surely we would have took Porter. But once we got Gilmore, that addressed that need. Plus Bland, our third cornerback. And that was the guy, Josh, I was telling you, my boy coached in high school in Modesto. He showed a lot of promise. So what you think, Lopez? Nolan Smith and Micah? That's going to – let me see what Jared – I know Jared likes that. That's a good pick. And Ian, looks like we are going to go with one of our young tight ends. I think Ferguson's going to get that shot.
All right, my apologies. Maisie Smith. Yeah, Maisie Smith. Defensive tackle Maisie Smith.
No, you messed me up. You said, you wasn't playing with me. Yeah, you thought, man, you didn't take Nolan Smith.
No. I read it wrong the second time. First one was correct.
Never mind, Josh. We did take the D tackle.
Yeah, Maisie Smith. My bad.
Yeah, I think we could have traded down and got him, to be honest with you. I mean, he's decent. I don't know, man. I would have rather taken Nolan Smith. But Nolan Smith has been dropping. I don't know why.
I think it's because of injury, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
All right. So just to correct it, when I first saw it, it said Maisie Smith, but then I saw it the second time, it said Smith, and then the third time it said Maisie Smith. So
hey, I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna second guess us. We hit on the draft. I'm gonna let it play out on the field.
yeah.
Like I said, I ain't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't be knowing too many people that Packers pick in the first round.
Yeah.
Let's see what they're saying in the.
All right. And I was just informed, by the way, that I got 10 minutes left here in the studio. So like once it gets to 4, we will wrap it up.
All right.
Oh.
I got to be on, even though I did came on late, though, but at least I was on their time for, well.
Oh, yeah, of course. Hey, of course, man. Absolutely.
No, that doesn't cut it, dog. We should have been here more.
So, man, I hope this works out because last time we took a Michigan player in the first round, that was probably our last bust in the first round. You know who that was, right?
I do not, actually.
And he was on the D line. Taco Charlton.
Oh, Charlton? Oh, okay.
I forgot who I was telling. Last time we took when we were trying to beat Kaepernick, I remember we took Dayton Jones. That was probably one of the worst picks we could have ever took, man. Trying to beat Kaepernick, man. I used to call him Deacon Dayton Jones.
Yeah. And just to give a little hockey update, T-Mobile Arena, Vegas Golden Knights, a second goal, thanks to your captain, Mark Stone. So Vegas Golden Knights are up 2-0.
Let's see.
2-0. When I did, you did, we did.
Yep. So we have 5 picks left.
We're not gonna make it. Are we gonna make it through? We probably gonna make it.
No, we'll get 1 or 2 more picks in.
Yeah.
Will Levis, is he? Yes or no?
Oh yeah, I don't know, man. Poor Levis.
Porter Jr., yeah or no? Yeah or nay?
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
I would say, however, probably will. I mean, if Josh or Dennis did a Zoom, I'd probably jump on. But yeah, no. Unfortunately, here in the studio, I got 4 hours of studio time. So
studio time.
Been very productive, young man. Because 4 hours is a long time, man.
It is a long time, indeed. Yeah.
Let me check something.
That's crazy.
I want to see where NFL. I want to see where they had this kid on the. Let me see where they had him going in the mock.
Who's that right now?
On the one I'm looking at, they had him 34th in terms of ranked.
So they had him. So he in this mock they had him 36. Says Smith is a special athlete, 337-pound nose tackle. Could very well see a Dontari Poe-esque rise up the draft board after the combine. He turned it on strong down the stretch as well and earned a 79.2 overall grade on the season.
All right. So the pick is officially in, and the Jaguars have taken offensive tackle Anton Harrison, Oklahoma.
Yeah, they need to continue to build that line for him.
Yeah.
Man. So, who do you think will go first, Levis or Porter? Watch Porter be the next pick.
And since I see you're in the chat, man, what did you think about the Bills trading up, getting Utah tight end Dalton Kincaid?
Dalton Smith.
So this is what I like. Now this here says the exact opposite of McDonald. They had Will McDonald. Damn, he was a reach. They had him 40. They had him 43. So, but they say he's sleek and slick. But it says Mazie Smith is the exact opposite of McDonald. Smith is a classic run stuffer on the inside who dropped jaws during workouts in his raw athleticism. All right, I'm warming up. You know, I'm looking up to who we got, just kind of seeing, because I don't really trip on the combine like a lot of people and stuff like that. But
read what they got about my boy Van Ness, man. I need to hear.
But hey, we cannot stop the run. We haven't been able to stop the run for a while, so this might be pretty big. So who'd you ask about?
Our pick.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Okay, the Bengals might get that boy. Porter. That'd be probably a steal for them. They let Bates go, even though he was a safety.
Who?
I said Bengals might get Porter, even though because they let Bates go.
No.
No.
Yeah, I'll be pissed if they do that. All right, let's see what it says about your boy. I know a little bit more about him because I watched him a little bit more.
What school did he go to again?
Van Ness. Let's see what it says. Where y'all? How come my shit won't roll?
What school did Van Ness go to again?
Mazie Smith. He went to Michigan.
No, Van Ness.
Why my shit freezing?
Because he already went by on the ticket.
Hold on real quick.
Good question, actually. I don't remember.
Why am I can't hold on, y'all. My shit freezing. Hold on, let me restart this thing. Top. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, your pick. So y'all took Lucas. Let's see. So according to this report for your boy, he's an ascending power rusher with unique strength and flexibility. When he wants to go through offensive linemen, he almost always can. He earned an 80.2, so 1 point higher than the guy we took. Overall grade this past fall with 46 pressures, 271 pass rushing snaps. But your guy obviously is a pass rusher.
All right. The pick is in, and after this, we'll do one last pick.
All right.
28th overall, Cincinnati Bengals have selected defensive end Miles Murphy, Clemson.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick, actually. I like that pick.
Clay 2.0, baby.
Yeah, I like that pick. And let me
And
see.
unfortunately, due to time restraints, after the Saints pick, we will be going off the air.
So you guys want to get to enjoy my geniusness a little bit longer only. So this one says, in one of the more interesting subplots of the entire 2023 draft, Van Ness opted to declare early for the draft despite never starting a single game for the Hawkeyes. Van Ness reportedly received a first-round grade from the NFL adversary committee before doing so, and the flashes are so bright and consistent on tape that I believe his stock will rise all the way into the top 10.
Okay.
So there you go.
Kind of remind me of Clay. He wasn't a
Yeah, I like
starter,
Klay
man.
Thompson. I've been a fan of Clay.
Yeah, Clay Matthews, baby.
Clay teasy.
I would say probably a 2 tight end set.
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna get much for Knox. I mean, I like. Well, you know what? That's a good. To me, it's a good compliment.
Yeah,
Knox is a red zone threat, and you got Kincaid who can, you can stretch. You can throw him out down the field. You can catch short, long. For a tight end anyway. Good hands. Like you say, he won't block that well. What happened?
Oh no, I'm just signaling. I'm just giving a signal.
All right, but yeah, no, I don't think they'll trade Knox. You don't want to throw all your eggs in one basket. You still want to, like I said, we let Schultz go because we had 3 other tight ends on our roster, and we obviously felt we didn't need to draft a tight end. So let's see how that turns out. You know what I mean? But all right. Let's see if we can get this run defense together to go with our top pass rushing defense. It'll be pretty good.
Either.
So if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm asking for extra half hour.
Look at you. Hey, you got a pool. You
know what, Ian? You know what, Ian? Because I like you, I'm going to give it to you, bro. Matter of fact, hold on. Yeah, this is the chief of PR, and we can grant that. I got you.
Was the access granted? Jake just asked if we were still on. I told him we was going to get off for 5 minutes.
I like that pick for the Bengals. Oh, that was a good pick.
All right.
All right,
So I guess you got to get off, huh?
Matter of fact, let me see if my agent can I do another half hour? Or you need me for that photo shoot? Okay. All right, I'm gonna call Jerry Jones right now.
All right. We'll go until 4:30.
Yeah, fans, you get to see me a little longer before I make my Buffalo rap.
I told Jay to hop on because he just asked.
Oh yeah, the hoop games is over. All right, so we got Dalton. Who you got? Dalton the building? Who y'all taking, man? I can see Will Levis here.
I think Josh is the only one left. I think Dalton had to take a.
No, I'm saying if he's in the chat still.
Okay.
I like
And to give our Vegas fans out here a hockey update, Golden Knights scored once again, so they have a 3-0 lead with a few minutes left in the game.
Okay. I can dig that. Let's see. Let me So you send this to number 1 pick. Taj. And because we do things around here, you got to be multitask worthy because we got to keep up with the draft, badminton, lacrosse, and the new movies that are being released this week.
Oh, of course, new films. Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So we got to make things happen.
Derek Carr era begins in New Orleans. Yeah, all the people here in Las Vegas. I mean, we knew about Derek Carr forever.
Oh, you definitely got the Saints colors right on there.
Yeah.
I don't know why I keep doing that.
Yeah, I wish I knew.
Yeah, strange. Very, 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 very strange.
Technically, it's live, folks. Anything can happen. It's live.
Right. All right. Okay. There it goes. Let's see. It's not. I didn't see the comments. Okay. Let's see. I wonder if we trade Derek Carr. Yep. New Orleans. I mean, they got who they got a receiver? They got Olave, who's a number
Mike
1.
Thomas. They got
Mike. Well, I mean, again, we know that story, but technically, they don't need a receiver. If it plays out right, they got a great tandem in Olave and Michael Thomas. They could use a tight end, though.
I mean, it's possible. Yeah, I'll say that.
They could use a tight end, but dude, if they were to take Joey Porter with Lattimore over there, ooh.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking a lot.
Ooh, I'm digging it. I wouldn't mind them going to New Orleans, Joey Porter. I wouldn't mind that at all. Because he'd be on a pretty good defense. He won't get lost in the shuffle. I'd actually like that. I just don't want him in our division unless he was on our team.
Yeah.
So I'm happy with that. And I don't want him to drop to the damn Eagles. I'd be pissed. That would really irk me. If they came away with Jalen Carter and Joey Porter, two dudes that could have been, Jalen Carter could have been top 5. Joey Porter should have been top 15. That would be savage. That could be a case. Hey, if we get them in the second round, look out. Look out, baby. Look out, world. No, look out, weekend. Here I come. Hey, look at that trade I just sent you. Do you want me to propose that? I don't like the trade offer we just got. I'm going to reject that joint. I don't know if Chris Bassett is worth the number 1 pick.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, he's cool. But I don't know. For the Blue Jays. All right, what do you think about that trade? Both trades. Let me know. We possibly taking Jalen Carter and go OT in the second round. Yeah, you could have. I think it was very important to not miss on the offensive line pick, though. Once you get to the second and third round, I mean, the longer you wait, it's a crapshoot. I mean, it's already a crapshoot to begin with. So, I feel good about it. I think that did right.
So the pick is in, and the Saints have selected Clemson defensive tackle Brian Bresee.
That's not bad. That is not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
They still got Cameron Jordan.
I think he restructured his deal.
Yeah. So let's see where he was at. Defensive end. Yeah, that's not bad at all, actually. Brian Bresee.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right, we got 2 more to go with Philadelphia Eagles. They got Jalen Carter earlier in the draft.
I like our guy better, of course, because he's more of a run stuffer and he's a truckload of a body. He's 337. So that's why we took him. We trying to stuff that middle something savage.
And speaking of, hey, Jay Will.
Hey,
Yeah, this has been a great NFL Draft live edition here on the Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. I'm your host, Ian Rakelli. Here with King Czar, Josh Bailey, and Jay Will.
Right.
Yeah, it's been a great draft.
in the building.
Absolutely.
And this is what we do.
Stay tuned.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it though, man.
Man.
I enjoyed the draft.
Man, maybe this will get, you know what I'm saying, going into this year, man, you want to just go ahead and get this in, you know what I'm saying, get these players in, you know what I mean?
I mean, I'm gonna watch more college ball this year, so
Oh yeah.
you know,
You got
got to
to.
bring me along slowly.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna bring you slow. We're gonna bring you a little bit slower than we did in wrestling. You kind of jumped out there with the wrestling. So, you know.
I really jumped out there. I'm not jumping out there no more.
You know, we ain't gonna in college football, you're not gonna have to take all your lights back.
Right.
I mean,
Thank you.
I'm gonna say this, since this has actually happened not once but twice in the last decade. There has been a trade involving the last pick twice, and both times it was a quarterback that got taken.
Who just traded?
No, I said in 2014 they traded for Teddy Bridgewater. He was the last pick in the first round. And in 2018, Baltimore traded and got Lamar Jackson with the last pick in the first round. So Will Levis still on the board. Who knows?
Dude, the Eagles are up, man. I'm worried right now, man.
Man, you are worried. I can hear that. Actually, I can hear it.
There was some good players there, man. If they get Nolan Smith or Joey Porter, I'm gonna be upset.
I feel like the
Well, you
pick the
about to be
Raiders
upset,
got.
brother.
I feel like the pick the Raiders got. I feel like they would have been available tomorrow. I feel like the Raiders once again struck out.
Wait, who did the Raiders take? See, I even forgot who they took.
Tyree Wilson,
Tyree
defensive
Wilson.
end, Texas Tech.
I mean, he was supposed to be, and they reached for him. He was probably a first rounder, but later, he definitely should have
Think
went at
so?
7. Yeah, he definitely should have went at 7, though. No, absolutely, you're 100% right. No, definitely not.
But then, I'm reading different stuff. Like I said, I'm getting into college more or whatever. And I'm reading stuff that says that Jalen Carter is like the Henry Ruggs 2.0. And maybe that's why they passed up on Jalen Carter because
Because of the stuff
they didn't want that headache in Las Vegas.
Right.
I heard he worth it though.
Yeah,
Right.
the talent, more talented than Ruggs, but obviously off the field, you can't really do much worse than.
Wow.
You definitely can't do worse than Ruggs.
All right.
But
The pick is in. Sorry, Czar. The Philadelphia Eagles with the 30th pick select Georgia defensive end Nolan Smith.
Hey, you know what? I don't like it. And you know what's funny? Dennis doesn't like him. That's a player that Dennis has as a bus. So he loved the Jalen Carter pick. That was the guy he wanted, but he did not want Nolan Smith.
Funny enough, I said this earlier in the live stream. Don't be shocked if they try to make it all Georgia defensive line.
Yeah, but Dennis, he better not go switching up because Dennis does not like Nolan Smith. I'm just
Hey, D-Man, welcome back. What'd you think about the Saints? Brian Breesy.
Yeah, Dalton.
Yeah. All right. And
Yeah,
then
that's what
Kansas City Chiefs, they got the last pick in the first round. And considering the time, we probably have about 10 minutes to kind of recap. So I'll ask you, everybody in the panel, what's one team that you think did great tonight? And then there's one team that really disappointed you tonight. That kind of will be wrapping up the last 10 minutes of the show.
Let's wait. You want to wait till after Kansas City pick comes in?
What do you think about the Saints taking Brian Brees?
I mean, it's all right. I mean, you guys need a defensive tackle. So
Yeah, we need defensive tackle. I mean, I'm shocked that Michael Mayer is still on the board, Joey Porter is still on the board, Brian Branch.
Man, So I got my team that I love. Let me see.
All right, that'll be the last 10 minutes. Once the Chiefs
Yeah,
make
we'll
their
save
pick,
it.
we'll
We'll
go
save it.
around and get your answer.
Let's see.
I'm just trying to figure out how Ian is so far ahead of all of us.
Well, he's in the sports capital of the world.
I mean, I'm in the
Right.
sports entertainment capital of the world.
Oh, I got my.
Jay,
I also
why
got
you
my
say
TV
Ian
monitor
like
right
that?
over here.
Jay, you so disrespectful.
Right, that was just a question.
You in the entertainment capital of the world, man.
Okay.
Right. I mean, that's also why I put a disclaimer on the show that why I keep turning my head this way. My TV monitor is here, so I have to look at it. Yeah, whenever I do your guys' shows, well, if I keep turning my head to the right, I'm watching TV monitor. So
Right.
Nah, Ian it's almost an hour's like dinner, so Ian trying to get up off of here.
So I guess we'll call Philadelphia Bulldogs from now on.
sure, go ahead, do it. And here's a update. The Vegas Golden Knights have scored again, so it is 4-0.
Yes.
Here's an update. The Warriors are up 3-2 on the Sacramento Kings.
And an update: the Boston Celtics officially eliminated the Atlanta Hawks.
In the update, the Mets beat the Nationals 9-8.
Another update: Harrison Barnes is still trash.
Yeah.
Another update: Scream 6 was pretty cool. That franchise may be top 5 horror franchise of all time.
Another
I gotta
update:
watch
Alice
it.
Borderland is actually pretty cool. I'm on episode 3.
Yes, I agree with that update. Alice in Borderland. Check it out, Jay Will. But if you haven't watched Squid Games, watch that first.
Okay.
Or either or. Actually, I think you can watch them in whatever order. I don't remember what came first. But Crazy, you'll like it. You'll like it. Both of them. They're actually supposed to be coming with a season 2 of Squid Games, so I don't know what's going on with that, but that was supposed to be in the cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like that. I like that crazy stuff, man. It's pretty fun.
Another update: Stay tuned is in the building, baby.
Yay! You know what I'm saying? That's what we do.
Here's an update: the Las Vegas Aviators had 18 runs yesterday. There you go. Hey.
Right. Come on, KC. KC
Oh, Jay
Mo.
Will, we need to update, Jay Will.
I know.
Oh, yeah. The A's lost again, 8-7 against the A's.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Hey, it's all good,
They
man. I
won in
gotta
the most
start talking.
consistent
I
game.
gotta start talking about the A's in a few weeks anyway. So.
They pretty consistent, Jay. That's one thing you can give them.
Man, watch the
Right.
Niners get Will Levis, bro.
Hey, Zara, I got a question for you,
And
bro.
ball out.
Yeah.
Why is Joey Porter falling? Do you know?
Man, you know
That's
what,
exactly
man?
what I asked earlier.
Jay Will and all his locker room talk about Penn State and everything, man, you know? Man, it's crazy, bro.
It
He's a
is.
stepchild of the draft, bro. You know, his father was fiery. Maybe they don't want to deal with that in the locker room. I mean, you know, some people say your talent in the family it skips a generation. So maybe people aren't buying it and thinking he's not going to be as good as his pops.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Who did the Cowboys take?
And we took a big ass defensive tackle.
Hey,
I mean, it wasn't my first choice, but it was a super need because we suck at stopping the run. And so that's what he's supposed to be. So, and like I said, we usually hit on our pick. So, you know, I had a couple of picks in front. But like I said, that is a need. DT, our defensive tackle. Me and Dennis talked about that a lot. It's very thin.
Yeah.
Our pass defense, rushing defense, very good. Run defense, not so much. So see what happens.
Man, Green Bay might get Levis.
Nah, hell no.
Now you got Jordan Love, man. It's better.
Y'all be the last team to take.
Man, we need a backup, man. We need a backup.
Nah, but y'all wouldn't take a
No.
profile player like that. And you'd have Jordan Love worried all over again, bro. You don't want that kind of pressure.
We drafted Matt Flynn and then Braun.
Yeah, but those are late. Like Levis is supposed to be a top 10 pick. Like you draft somebody like that, it's already a threat.
In fantasy, I'll draft him and try to trade him.
Right. Yeah, that's curious. I want to talk to Dennis because his first pick was his first pick that he wanted, but then he didn't like Nolan Smith at all, and that's funny. So
I mean, the funny thing is, I sent him an invite to the show. I think.
Nah, he was at the stadium. I think he went somewhere in person, so that's why he didn't come on live. Because he went to an actual draft event.
Yeah, that's why he didn't come on.
Yeah, but I want to see what he says though, because it's funny because that was the two players, the one he loved the most, and then the one he was like out of the first round talent, he was saying he was the one I don't like. I think he's gonna be a bust or he's gonna fall.
Yeah, I want to see his action about the Nolan Smith.
I mean, he did fall. He went 30, so
right.
he fell. But I personally like him though. I'm kind of pissed.
I think he'll be average. If you want my opinion, I think he'll be an average.
So you're not super high on him either.
The other big dude didn't do really much that they drafted last year, right?
Well, the second half he didn't. Jordan Davis is because they were already stacked. See, they're stacked in the middle under the D line.
So Will Levis failed the personality test. Came in too cocky during interviews.
Oh wow!
But they had Hargrave. So Hargrave went to the Niners. Good pickup for the Niners. Shockingly that they were able. I don't know how that happened, but they had him and they had Jordan Cox. So Jordan Davis didn't really play a ton, but when he played, now with Hargrave gone, what I'm saying, now it's going, it's going to be Jordan Davis and what's his name? Jalen Carter, I think, will both start this year. Because you still got Jordan. You have Jordan Cox and Jordan Davis, Fletcher Cox and Jordan Davis in the middle, and then you'll have Carter on the outside. So they won't have an all Georgia line because they still got Cox, but
Y'all gonna be battling hard though. If all those picks pan out, y'all.
So somebody just mentioned this on Twitter, so I'm not going to take credit for it. The Georgia Bulldogs are the farm system for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
The real G-Man. That's the real G-Man, Georgia.
Does that mean Ringo's going to go to Philadelphia tomorrow? Using that logic? He's going to be Eagle?
I think
that's what Dennis wants. That's what Dennis really wants.
It's possible.
Brought James Bradbury back. There's like he's getting old.
Yeah.
Hey, I read something. Is this true? Is the draft starting tomorrow, or is it really just today and Saturday? Is it starting back tomorrow? Or?
No, it's every day. It's today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right?
No, today, tomorrow, and Saturday.
Oh, they don't have
Okay,
Sunday.
Third round, Saturdays 4 through 7.
Okay.
Somebody posted something that said that it was coming on today and Saturday. I'm like, okay, what happened to Friday?
Didn't they used to do 4 days, or am I tripping?
You tripping?
They used to do Sunday Ian, or no?
Probably in the past they did, but not when I've been alive. No.
Nah, let me check, man.
The majority of my life has been 3 days. It'd be round 1, then round 2 and 3, and then round 4 through 7.
Yeah, that's a long time, 4 days.
No, I remember the draft being on Saturday morning. It was all day. And that was the first 3 or 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah, you're right. It was Thursday to Saturday. Okay. I don't know why I thought it was on Sunday too. Yeah, it'd be on. Yeah.
You think you know who these are?
Huh? What you say, John?
No, I'm playing.
Yeah, those. Yeah, those later picks, man.
All right, so the final pick of the first round is in. The Kansas State Chiefs have taken defensive end Felix and Duke Azuma from Kansas State.
That's irrelevant.
Right. And he was the best one available, though, in my opinion. Ian left.
Yeah.
I had him, and then I had Keon White from Georgia Tech. So, pretty good pick.
So for me, the best team is probably Seattle.
So okay, so that's your question. So mine, the best first round, I'm going with the Houston Texans. I love that bold go get it strategy. Number one, they got the best quarterback fell into their lap with CJ Stroud at number 2. Then they take the 12th pick and go all the way up to number 3 to get the best defensive player in the draft in Will Anderson. So that's definitely clearly the best team. The most disappointing team has to be the Detroit Lions. What the hell are you doing taking a running back at number 12 when your defense, I believe, was bottom 5? You just signed David Montgomery and you got DeAndre Swift. Terrible pick.
Baby. It's the Lions.
Terrible pick.
All right, Jay Will, what about you? What's a team that was disappointing, and then what's a team that stood out to you?
You know what, Ian? Like I said, I don't really watch a lot of college. So, like I said earlier, it seemed like Seattle did really good. Just from, like I know a lot of a lot of Seahawk fans. They're really pleased. And I'm just kind of like going over like all the crazy stuff that I'm seeing on social media, like, you know, people laughing at the Raiders picks and all that. So I don't know. I can't really, you know, say who really did great and who really did bad, to be totally honest.
No, that's actually not bad too, though. Seattle.
That's respectable. Yeah, I respect it. Dalton D-Man Smith, what about you? The question is, what is one team that you thought did great today, and what's one team that you thought was disappointing today?
Well, one I think team was disappointing. I'm going to say the Jets, Will McDonald, or I'll say the Commanders. That cornerback, but who did great. I'm going to say the Eagles, Dale Carter, in my opinion.
You know what? I can respect that. Now, a team that I think did great today, actually was one of my favorite players in the draft heading into it, and that was the Las Vegas Raiders. Tyree Wilson, to me, was one of my favorite players heading in. I thought he'd be a top 5 pick. You know, he was a guy that I thought would bring some solid size to whatever team took him, and the Raiders eventually got him. Seattle would be an honorable mention if we had to do 2 teams, so I would say Las Vegas and Seattle would be the 2 teams I put on there. 2 teams that really disappointed me. I'm going to say Detroit Lions. Detroit Lions definitely disappointed today, taking a running back with Gibbs, who should have been a second-round pick, and then taking Jack Campbell, who could have been a second-round pick.
Yep.
Like, it felt like Detroit really reached with who they had today.
Yep. Big time.
And also, I just forgot. Also, I like the Chargers taking Quentin Johnson.
Yes.
Wide receiver. I love that pick.
Yes.
Oh
sir.
yeah, he's gonna be great for Justin Herbert. Like, he
That was
should
the
be
perfect place for him, dude. Perfect place.
Now, I will say an honorable mention about a team that I think really disappointed me today, and that was the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, Minnesota Vikings, they were supposed to make trades. They were supposed to, you know, go out and make some moves today, and they stood pat. They did nothing today. So, you know, Jordan Addison, he could become a good player, but I just felt like Minnesota was going to make all these moves, and they just stayed put. They did nothing.
Hey, Ian, that sounds good to me, man. The
You
Vikings and the Lions.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the teams I'm most disappointed in is the Chicago Bears is trash, Green Bay is trash, New Orleans is trash, and the Niners is trash. Go Cowboys.
That don't.
I feel like San Francisco could be like, what we do?
Nah, they. I give it to them. Even with the later picks, they got a good front office. They'll probably find a couple of diamonds. I hope not. I hope they find Cubic Zirconia, but it's possible that they may
So they
find
got Warner in the 4.
right.
Right.
Of course. So we got about 4 minutes left here in the show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give everybody I'll give everybody about a minute. Tell everybody where they can find you, what projects you're working on. Let's start with King Czar. Tell everybody where they can find you at.
Yeah, I know everybody been waiting. We got Czar's Bar. We got Czar's Bar coming soon. No, I'm just playing with y'all. We got y'all know where to catch me, man. Stay tuned live. Talk Your Ish Tuesdays. Obviously, for y'all that know me personally, my son is deep into basketball, so Tuesdays, you might not see me all the time as much, out there running around. Big tournament this weekend, but even if I'm not on, tune in to Talk Your Ish Tuesdays and stay tuned live. Fire podcast, fire show. A lot of great people on there that bring something different to the table. I try to, again, I'm usually on there every week, but like I said, I do got AAU, complications and stuff like that. So, but still phenomenal podcast regardless. So you catch me there. Catch me on Ian's, PR show, when we can make something happen.
Dude, say 1 minute, man.
Oh yeah. And catch me on 1 minute. Go ahead, Josh.
No,
All right, Josh.
$1.
Hey, Josh
$1.
Bailey. Tell them where they can find you, man.
Man, y'all see it though.
No, we can't see
y'all
it,
can catch
bro.
it. Yeah, I did. It was a peekaboo moment.
Oh, okay.
But like Czar
All
said,
right.
stay tuned live. We all on there 7:00 Pacific. Just
Tuesday.
type in on Tuesdays. Just type it in YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. Stay tuned live, baby.
Stay tuned live. Jay Will, what you got?
Oh man, again, you can catch me on Stay Tuned live every Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, and we got to get this Willie's Bar off the ground, man.
Yes, sir.
Just wheeling and dealing, man. Just trying to make something happen, man.
Willie
And it's
Dillon.
good always to be on with the what is it, the sports capital of the world. It's always good to be hanging out with you, Ian. So
When
Absolutely.
Willie's Bar
Sports
returns,
Entertainment of the world.
we have new intro music coming old school with it. Kraftwerk.
yeah, let's do it.
Absolutely. And now I will say I'm your host, Ian Rakelli. This is Sports Angle on PRConnectionRadio.com, the voice of new media. Go to our website, PRConnectionRadio.com. Check out all the hosts and all the content that is on here. And then before we play our bumper music as our outro, I will say to everyone watching around the world, have a good one. This was a great NFL Draft Live edition, and have a good one.
And catch Dalton in his room.
Protect
In
my
my
room.
room.
I'm in mine.
What happened, baby?
What?